My friend Ming Yujun noticed how fascinated I was and couldn't help but tease me. She told me it's just a flying vehicle and asked why I was so entranced. I told her it's a man's romance, something that just appeals to me deeply. She laughed, saying that my thinking is just like the rich guys who buy these things. But unlike them, I could never afford one, no matter how hard I worked. Speaking of work, Ming Yujun had been helping me look for a job. I glance around, wondering if I'm being watched. It's just a hunch, but I can't shake the feeling that something isn't right. Little do I know, this small act of looking around has caught the attention of my watchers. When I first arrived, I was thrilled. The fact that I could travel to another world was exciting, and I wanted to explore, maybe even take some souvenirs back with me. But the more I learned about this place, the more anxious I became. They've been watching me for days, and nothing I've done seems out of the ordinary except for my intense curiosity about the technology around me. They're puzzled because they can't find any records of me anywhere on the planet, which makes them think I might be more than I appear. One of the guys in the car is getting impatient. He suggests they should just capture me and find out who I am through interrogation. But their leader tells him to wait another day, just to be sure. They're under pressure because they don't have much time before the aliens might arrive, and they want answers soon. They're sitting in an ordinary-looking hover car, monitoring my every move through cameras. One of them even joked that I must be a spy sent by aliens, but my clueless behavior has them thinking I'm just someone from a less developed place, amazed by all the technology here. Meanwhile, I'm unaware of all this. I'm just trying to figure out how to survive in this world. I don't want to get involved with the authorities here, especially because this world situation with the aliens feels too much like something out of the three-body books I've read. It was just a light-hearted comment, though, because she noticed how clueless I was about many things in this world. I couldn't help but feel embarrassed, remembering how lost I seemed these past few days, like someone out of touch with everything around me. I'm Lenny Cheng, and I found myself in a strange future world, a place so advanced that it left me both in awe and deeply unsettled. Just today, there was news about the completion of the gravity system for the Xinghe Ecological Space Station. I couldn't help but admire them, wishing I could own one. They're packed with amazing technology like energy shields, anti-gravity systems, and even mini-nuclear fusion. Having one of these would mean I could stay safe in almost any world. I'm Lenny Cheng, and today I found myself captivated by the sight of some incredible flying devices in the sky. They look like flying swords, but they were actually high-tech vehicles, far more advanced and expensive than anything I've ever seen. They're now convinced that I'm aware of their surveillance, which only deepens their suspicion that I might be connected to the aliens. I just want to get out of this world safely, but it seems like things are getting more complicated by the minute. This world is facing an alien threat, and no one knows when or how they'll arrive, only that they are hostile. I realize that if I stayed here, I probably wouldn't survive even a minute once the aliens show up. She's pretty, with delicate features and dimples when she smiles, but her words reminded me of how out of place I am in this world. She joked about me being from some countryside, but there aren't any rural areas left here. If they have something like the Trisolarans technology, it would be dangerous for me to stick around. As I'm walking away from a big screen in the marketplace with my friend Ming Yujun, I start to feel uneasy. I need to find a way back home, but I'm not sure how. This future world is incredible, but it's not where I belong. I'm Lenny Cheng, and I've been in this strange, advanced world for a while now. What I didn't know is that a group of people has been watching me closely, suspicious of who I am and where I came from. This future world, with all its advanced technology, isn't where I belong. I want to leave, but it's not that simple. I have a screen that shows an energy bar at 50%, and I need it to reach 80% to activate my way out. But there's no guarantee it'll take me home. It might just send me to another random world. That thought is terrifying because I still have family and friends back on Earth. As I stood there, lost in my thoughts, my friend Ming Yujun teased me about the space station, saying it's out of reach for people like us and that we should just enjoy life while we can. Seeing their reactions made me think about how different things were in my own world. There, people would have been cheering for such an achievement. But here, this future world feels like a place I can't stand to be in any longer. Apparently, It'll be ready in 427 days and is supposed to be a cradle for humanity in space. People around me didn't seem excited, though. They were dismissive, saying it's just an escape plan for the elite when aliens come. The Saphan wasn't convinced by my explanation that I was just a traveler, pointing out how unfamiliar I was with their basic technology, like hover cars and anti-gravity systems. It seemed to think that if I were a traveler from another world, I should have more knowledge about advanced technology. But I agreed to give it a try, since I didn't want to keep relying on her generosity. The next day, she drove me to the factory. The manager, who knew Meng Yujun, greeted us and offered to let me start as an apprentice. If this person truly came from another world, the technology behind it was far beyond their imagination. After all, they hadn't even known about the Saphan's existence before. Mr. Lin, I'm truly sorry for the misunderstanding and actions we took earlier. After this analysis, everyone present remained silent for a moment. They had noticed this point as well. As for this so-called world traveler, keep him with you for now and treat him well. Fulfill any reasonable requests he may have. Just as I was about to thank him, everything suddenly went wrong. A group of people jumped out of nowhere, shouting that they were from the Security Bureau. They accused me of endangering national security and slapped electronic handcuffs on me, dragging me and Meng Yujun away. It's truly frustrating. Also, when did Earth become so attractive? The alien civilization hasn't even arrived, and now there's a traveler from another world? If our lie detector didn't malfunction, everything he said should be true, although some of the later conversations might be questionable. One of the interrogators, a woman, argued that the aliens, if they were truly light years away, wouldn't get messages from the Saphan quickly enough for it to matter. But I reminded her that quantum communication could transmit information instantaneously, something this civilization likely had if they could create something like a Saphan. It seemed like Lin Yicheng was planning to leave soon. Meng Yujun didn't catch the hidden meaning in his words. She just thought he was saying he would show her how he traveled when the time came. Thinking of this, she shifted the conversation to something she was more concerned about. The interrogators became more serious, demanding to know who I really was and how I ended up in their world. They pointed out that there was no record of anyone like me on their planet, which made them think I might be an alien. We sincerely apologized, they said, standing up and bowing to me. Seeing their attitude, and considering that I needed their help, I decided not to make a fuss about it. Please, make sure my friend who was brought here with me isn't troubled any further, I requested. You believe me now? Aren't you worried that I'm deceiving you? I asked, a bit surprised by their sudden change in demeanor. The group looked a little embarrassed, but the truth was, after I revealed the existence of the alien Saphan, they had no choice but to believe me. He needed to report what had just happened as soon as possible. All this time, he thought that what was happening on Earth was unknown to the aliens far away in the galaxy. But today, Lin Yicheng revealed the existence of the Saphan, making him realize that everything they did was under the constant surveillance of the aliens. Surprisingly, they didn't know. They explained that their technology was too primitive to track the alien fleet, which was far more advanced than anything they had encountered before. This admission left me feeling uneasy. When she saw Lin Yicheng, her expression turned somewhat strange. Meng Yujun stepped forward, looking him up and down, her curiosity evident and impossible to hide. Are you really a traveler from another civilization? This meant that humanity on Earth was doomed to extinction? Shaya, take good care of him. The discussion ends here for now. I need to report this matter to my superiors. The interrogation leader quickly said before swiftly turning and leaving. I was getting frustrated, trying to explain that I wasn't part of any alien plot, and that they should focus on the real threats. One of them played back something I had said earlier about how it seemed I was destined to work no matter which world I ended up in. During the meeting, when they saw the Saphan in the recording, it left all the senior officials speechless. The alien civilization had been lurking on Earth for so long, and they only just found out? If not for Lin Yicheng, they might still be in the dark. This was also why Meng Yujun knew about Lin Yicheng's identity. They had revealed it to her and subtly hinted at it, without directly asking Lin Yicheng if he had a way to resolve Earth's crisis. They just needed to give Meng Yujun a hint. The rest depended on how the two interacted. Lin Yicheng didn't refuse this arrangement. In fact, he thought it was a good idea. After all, in a few days, the energy would be fully charged, and he could leave. Until then, safety was his priority. Despite pondering this for a while, he hadn't found any way to carry items with him. Even though it was his first time traveling between worlds and using this device, it was still confusing enough that he hadn't figured it out yet. This so-called person from another civilization, can we trust what he says? And how did he arrive on our Earth? An elder asked after a moment of silence. Those who come to Earth from elsewhere always seem to be difficult to deal with. Yet the natives of Earth are submissive and meek. Her colleague's expression became slightly serious, then somewhat uncertain. I don't know, but this was the conclusion of a think tank formed by several elite members. Based on his actions so far, he doesn't seem like someone who likes to accept favors without a reason. You don't seem any different from us Earthlings. Do you have any special abilities as an alien? Lin Yicheng sighed, letting her poke him. Stop thinking about it. We're essentially the same. My civilization and yours are like twins born from the same egg. It was impossible. No wonder this person from another world, Lin Yicheng, never intended to contact them from the start. He had already known about the alien civilization's deployment of the Sapan and the gap between the two sides, and compile and supplement the information on the Sapan, so our researchers can see if they can find a way to counter it. By the way, the aliens arrived on Earth by spaceship, but how did this world traveler get here? It wasn't summer yet, but the weather was already scorching. They didn't give you a hard time in there, did they? Lin Yicheng asked, not avoiding the subject, even though the security bureau staff were nearby. If even the best technology in this world couldn't detect the aliens, then they might already be on their way. The interrogators then asked if the civilization I came from could help them survive this impending crisis. They seemed hesitant, but eventually agreed. Then, I asked them to turn off the lie detector they had been using. When they did, I leaned back and called out to something I suspected was watching us all along. The Sapan. The Sapan left our conversation quickly because it calculated that I couldn't help you. Once it realized we weren't on the same level, it lost interest. The interrogators were silent, their hope fading. The leader quickly assured me that they had already informed their colleagues to handle it. Feeling more at ease, I returned to the topic, saying, as for helping you survive this crisis, I must be honest, I don't have the capability. That's what they all agreed on. You can see it in the details of many videos. That's why the think tank suggested that since Lin Yicheng might be open to the idea, it would be better for Meng Yujun to try convincing him. She was now worried that any dissatisfaction from him could cause Earth to lose its last chance. As Lin Yicheng listened to Wu Xiaoya, about to say something, he suddenly saw the door to the interrogation room open, and Meng Yujun walked out. You'll find out soon enough, Lin Yicheng said, keeping it vague. He didn't really know what it would be like when he traveled. Soon enough? Hearing this, the security bureau personnel nearby became alert. After they walked a bit further, Xiaoya turned to her colleague and asked quietly, do you think sending Meng Yujun to probe Lin Yicheng to see if he has a way to deal with the aliens is really a good idea? Before I could even take in my surroundings, I turned to Meng Yujun and quickly apologized, telling her it was my fault she was caught up in this. I tried to reassure her that everything would be okay, but I was cut off by the guards who refused to let us talk. When they asked about my residence, I jokingly replied with coordinates from my own universe, including the solar system and the third planet from the sun. This confused them, and I realized they might be starting to suspect something odd. In short, once I saw the Sapan, I knew they wouldn't let a single human escape. The group listened to Lin Yicheng's words and felt a shiver run through their bodies. For many people on Earth, escape was considered the last resort, but now Lin Yicheng shattered their illusion, telling them there was no escape. No matter what, since he said earlier that we are all descendants of Yin and Huang, I am willing to give him more trust and treat him with courtesy. As for the Xingho project, have the ministers from the involved departments come to the base for another meeting to discuss it. They looked at me with hope, but I wasn't sure if I could offer them the assistance they were looking for. The interrogator poured me a cup of hot water as he spoke, and his attitude was much better than before. She suggested I could start as an apprentice at a factory since I don't have any qualifications. I couldn't help but feel a bit down about it. No matter what world I'm in, it seems I'm destined to work hard just to get by. However, compared to the alien civilization, this one seemed much friendlier. If I say I am, would you believe it? Seeing that Meng Yujun already knew, Lin Yiqing wasn't too surprised and responded with a light smile. Why not? They asked, confused. If we're just insects to them, why would they care if a few of us escaped? Because they're arrogant, not stupid, I said, shattering their last hope. If they had no concerns about Earth, they wouldn't have sent the Sapon to monitor you. Meng Yujun immediately shook her head. No, they didn't. But I still find the idea that you're a world traveler a bit hard to believe. She had been with Lin Yiqing for several days and hadn't noticed anything particularly special about him. The interrogators tried to check the lie detector by making statements they knew were false, and it reacted correctly. When I said I hadn't done anything to harm their country, the machine confirmed I was telling the truth. This confirmed to them that I wasn't from their world. They were sure they had been watching me since the day I arrived, and I started to realize that if they had noticed me, then maybe the aliens had too. Look, the aliens at least have their own fleet of ships, but what about you? That was a good question. Lin Yiqing wasn't sure how to answer. He had basically blacked out and ended up in this world. He had no idea what happened during the process, and he certainly didn't have a spaceship. I tried to use this to convince them to let me go, but they weren't buying it. They insisted that maybe I didn't think I was harming them, but that didn't mean I wasn't a threat. I laughed at the absurdity, telling them I was on their side after all. I'm a descendant of the same people. The interrogators were confused as I spoke to what seemed like thin air, but I knew what I was doing. I suspected that this world had technology similar to the Sapon from the three-body problem, a highly advanced surveillance system. He seemed quite ordinary, even less knowledgeable than some regular people. Well, I can't exactly have that written on my forehead to convince you, can I? Lin Yiqing replied, somewhat helplessly, while glancing at the interface beside him. One of them asked, clearly holding on to a glimmer of hope. Different technological focuses, I explained, shaking my head. And besides, you don't even know when the aliens will arrive. Even if I gave you advanced technology, do you have enough time to prepare? I explained to the Sapon that I was just a traveler passing through this world. I tried to point out to the interrogators that they had no secrets from this entity. It was watching everything. They looked uneasy, realizing how exposed they were. His main concern now was whether he could take anything with him when he left. Otherwise, this trip would have been in vain. Meng Yujun sipped her cold drink and smiled. You don't need to write it down, but it would be nice if you showed me how you travel between worlds when you leave. Ah, so your civilization was also invaded by an alien civilization, and then you traveled to other worlds to find a solution? Hearing Lin Yiqing's words, Meng Yujun asked with a somewhat innocent look. After all, Lin Yiqing had mentioned several times that he would repay her kindness if he had the chance. In the restaurant, Lin Yiqing and Meng Yujun sat down and ordered a few dishes and a large cold drink. All I knew was that things had just taken a serious turn for the worse, and I had to figure out how to get out of this mess. The loud roaring of engines filled the air as I was dragged out of the car, along with Meng Yujun. Seeing the disappointment in their eyes, I sighed. The technological gap was too great. It was like trying to fight a giant with a stick. Even with your ability to come to this world, you can't help us? Lin Yiqing immediately shook his head upon hearing this, thinking to himself that his world was perfectly fine. I said our civilizations are similar, but that doesn't mean we face the same experiences. At this point, everyone turned to look at the interrogation leader, who was visibly confused. He had no idea either. Never mind, investigate further later. Seeing his reaction, the superiors knew they were putting him in a tough spot. If the Security Bureau people hadn't told me and assured me it was true, I wouldn't have believed it. You don't look like it, Meng Yujun said as she poked him a few times, muttering, a traveler from another civilization? Meng Yujun seemed calmer now. During the car ride, she had figured out that she hadn't done anything wrong, so it must have been something to do with me. We were soon separated and taken into different interrogation rooms. Does this mean we Earthlings are just going to wait for death when the aliens arrive? One of them asked, clearly struggling with the hopelessness of the situation. I paused, then shook my head again. Even if you tried to escape on a spaceship, like to your ecological space station, I doubt you'd survive. As he said this, Lin Yiqing walked with her toward the exit. It was already noon by now, and he was feeling hungry. As they left, some security bureau personnel followed them, saying it was to temporarily ensure Lin Yiqing's safety. At that moment, Meng Yujun still couldn't believe it. When she was brought here, she had been nervous, thinking that she had gotten into trouble for a small act of kindness. But she hadn't expected that as soon as she sat down, the interrogator's attitudes changed dramatically. To my surprise, a screen appeared in front of me with the words, "Who are you?" written on it. The interrogators were shocked, clearly not expecting this. I kept my cool, even though inside, I was just as nervous as they were. They didn't doubt my words, they made too much sense. The aliens, after all, had likely calculated that neither my abilities nor Earth's current technology posed any threat to them, which is why the Sapon had disengaged. You see, when he was about to talk to the Sapon, he deliberately turned off the lie detector. I think he didn't want to tell the whole truth, which is why he turned it off. For example, his identity as a world traveler might not be accurate, or perhaps he does have a way to deal with this alien civilization. They won't let any Earthlings escape. Who knows what could happen if those who flee manage to find a safe place and trigger a technological revolution, or worse, broadcast Earth's location to the universe? As I sat down, I wasn't too worried. After all, I'm just a traveler who accidentally ended up in this world. I hadn't done anything wrong, so they couldn't possibly accuse me of harming their country, right? For some reason, the energy level had suddenly reached 90%. At this rate, it would be fully charged in 2 to 3 days, and he could leave. He wondered if he could take anything with him when he left. Under these circumstances, even if he wanted to help, he couldn't do anything. After the leader hurriedly left, a critical emergency online meeting was held just 10 minutes later. Normally, something of this level of secrecy would never be discussed online, but due to the urgency of the situation and the existence of the Sapon, secrecy seemed unnecessary. They not only apologized repeatedly, but also revealed Lin Yiqing's identity. When she first heard it, she was stunned. Living in this era, encountering an alien invasion was already absurd enough. But now, another civilization had appeared. This meant my time here might be even more dangerous than I thought. After being questioned for a while, the interrogators admitted they had been monitoring me since the day I arrived in this world. Honestly, I wasn't surprised. This place is so advanced that I had a feeling I was being watched. But since they hadn't approached me until now, I figured it was safer to avoid any contact with the authorities. I decided to cooperate with them, but only if they agreed to meet some of my demands afterward. The idea that I could be working with the aliens to deceive them was impossible, especially considering how the aliens had previously demonstrated their disdain for humanity by calling them insects. That was our mistake. I hope you can forgive us. In the interrogation room, Wu Xiaoyao repeatedly apologized to Lin Yiqing as she let him out. Knowing that Lin Yiqing wasn't allied with the alien civilization and could possibly be the savior of their world, Wu Xiaoyao's attitude toward him had undergone a complete transformation. After some back and forth, the Sapon disappeared, leaving me to deal with the interrogators. I reiterated that I wasn't allied with the aliens and asked them how much time we had before the alien civilization arrived. Moreover, the surveillance was real-time, so what secrets could Earth possibly have in the eyes of the aliens now? All their so-called plans were already known to the aliens. There was already a huge technological gap, and now they were being watched so closely. How could they possibly fight this war? The factory manager quickly distanced himself from us, claiming he didn't know us and had nothing to do with the situation. Meng Yujun seemed shocked and confused, and I felt a surge of frustration. I had no idea what was happening or why I was being arrested. The interrogation began with basic questions: name, age, but then they asked for something called a gene code, which I didn't have. I told them I didn't know, and surprisingly, the lie detector. In addition, it also has a great impact on ordinary people. After all, many people particularly like to eat seafood. The other party has invested too many resources on the island of North Nia. A lot of finished and semi-finished products are piled up there. In addition, these things are too polluting. Some genetic drugs are used on other organisms. According to the evidence we have so far, one of their research projects is to develop and manufacture a genetic weapon that will be used to attack the enemy using native organisms. So they added radioactive substances to these genetic drugs in order to achieve the fastest changes. As for the rest, you may need to try more on your own. Lin Yichen listened to what the other party said and shook his head repeatedly. Ling Hongliang didn't think it was normal. I'd like to hear the details. It seems that your world doesn't have a tokamak device yet. Let's start with this device. Lin Yicheng took out a pen and paper and started talking about the device for controlled nuclear fusion. In the last world, out of curiosity about controlled nuclear fusion, and in that world this technology was not that secret. Just like on Earth, the early information about the manufacture and installation structure of nuclear bombs, data, etc. Thank you, Mr. Lin. After hearing what Lin Yicheng said, Ling Hongliang said modestly and then prepared to get to the point. Mr. Lin, I came here today mainly to ask about the more advanced nuclear power plant technology. Although nuclear energy is good, the issue of nuclear waste is extremely troublesome. According to our research, if plutonium-239 is used as fuel, nuclear waste from uranium-238 will be used in the transformation process, which can solve the problem of nuclear waste. In addition, it will be much safer than today's nuclear power plants and will also be able to increase energy output. You don't have any other plans for today, right? While asking, Lin Yicheng touched his stomach and felt a little hungry. There is no plan for today. I will take you around Yonglin City in the next few days to enjoy the surrounding scenery. Mr. Lin, is there any place you want to go? Jiang Yeyu glanced at the itinerary after hearing this. Next, her superiors did not assign her any tasks. Her next task was to take Lin Yicheng out for some fun and make sure he enjoyed himself. You can arrange where to go and what to do. I'm not familiar with the place after all. Lin Yicheng did not refuse some of the tourist destinations arranged by the other party. Do you really have no solution, or are you saying that on purpose? Jiang Yeyu suddenly asked with some curiosity. To be honest, she was also very angry when she heard about this. This guy from Eagle Country is nothing but a piece of shoot. His attitude is just that, if you guys don't help me deal with it, then I won't deal with it either. Anyway, everyone will suffer the loss in the end. With this attitude, one will want to leave a shoe print on the other person's face. Lin Yicheng was speechless after hearing this. What do you want me to do to solve the problem? You can't ask me to drink up all the sea water around me. Then again, he never really had much fun while on Earth. When I was a child, my family was not well off, and even after I grew up and started working, I was still short of money. Now that I'm well entertained, I feel good about traveling around. Okay, I'll arrange the tour location. Jiang Yeyu nodded slightly, circled, and nodded on the itinerary she had arranged. Fortunately, there are many places to visit around Yonglin City, so you don't have to worry about having nowhere to go. The next day, Lin Yicheng washed up, and when he opened the door, Jiang Yeyu was already waiting at the door. After lunch, feeling the scorching weather outside, Lin Yicheng didn't want to go out anymore, so he simply came to the swimming pool, thinking it would be nice to stay there to escape the heat in the afternoon. Otherwise, we will be left far behind by the Dragon Kingdom in the future. Many high-ranking officials abroad now subconsciously think that this time traveler may have some relationship with the Dragon Kingdom. Otherwise, the opponent's aircraft would not have the same text as ours. Not to mention that after the opponent appeared, he flew directly towards Dragon Country. There are not so many coincidences in this world. However, since the other party is currently surrounded by people from Dragon Country, it is difficult for them to get close to the other party, which makes many people feel a little headache. On the contrary, they would help him to make it happen. After all, this was Lin Yicheng's choice, and they had no right to interfere. It is already very good that we can cooperate with each other now, and our relationship is good at the moment, so we naturally cannot interfere like this. Lin Yicheng immediately shook his head when he heard this. Forget it, I don't have that idea. The two sides couldn't speak the same language, and Lin Yicheng didn't have any impressive technology, so there was no point in talking about cooperation. Seeing Lin Yicheng's refusal, Jiang Yeyu was immediately delighted, but still nodded very calmly, indicating that she understood. It was only a short while after Lin Yicheng had been lying on the chair beside him that he saw Jiang Yu picking up her mobile phone and putting it down again and again. It seemed that something had happened and her brows were furrowed. Lin Yicheng looked at him strangely and asked what happened. Seeing Lin Yicheng asking, Jiang Yu hesitated for a moment before answering. Because of the leak on North Nia Island. In order to estimate the impact of this leak, we sent people to collect some samples. The samples have been preliminarily analyzed, and combined with an estimate of the extent of the pollution, the department has come up with a number that all life in all sea areas will be affected within 2 years. Thanks to the book Friend 20230410, Lin Yicheng just lay there casually, looking as if he was at peace with the world. Jiang Yu stood aside and didn't dare to say anything more. She just reported what Lin Yicheng had just said to her superior. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, which was the time agreed upon yesterday, several middle-aged men in casual clothes walked hurriedly. After passing through layers of security checks, they came to Lin Yicheng, who had walked out of the swimming pool. Lin Yicheng looked at the person who came and knew his identity at a glance. The people who came should be from the Military Industry Research Department. In addition, Lin Yicheng's departure also needs to be announced to the public to prevent those guys from keeping an eye on them every day. Earth. The moon in the sky was like a jade plate, casting a silvery glow over the entire Earth. Even though it was late at night, I could still see the surrounding scenery clearly. Is this back? Or is it not? Lin Yicheng stood on the side of the road, looking around uncertainly. At this moment, he didn't even know where he was. While Lin Yicheng was hesitating, a loud roar was heard not far away, accompanied by a car speeding towards him. The moment the headlights shone on Lin Yicheng, the car shook noticeably, and then it braked suddenly. Lin Yicheng spoke seriously, and the other party also listened seriously. The most important thing is that the other party himself is a big shot. Therefore, Lin Yicheng just had to be casual, and the other party would understand. Sometimes, some things are just hidden behind a layer of paper, and only after it is broken through will you suddenly realize it. By the time Lin Yicheng had almost finished speaking, it was already 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Although it was 6 o'clock, it was still bright outside. Ling Hongliang and a few others carefully put away the recorded information, then took out a box and handcuffed it directly on their wrists. They were discussing what to do after the North Ya Island leak, and whether it would affect their monthly salary of 3,000 yuan. On the internet, we can also see that some islanders living nearby have already started scrambling to buy sea salt, fearing that they will not be able to eat sea salt in the future. Some online news about Lin Yicheng quietly faded away at this time. Doing so is naturally also to reduce the sense of presence and protect Lin Yicheng's safety. There are also some secret developments in it. On the beach of Yonglin City, Lin Yicheng walked barefoot on the fine sand, listening to the sound of the waves nearby. Jiang Yu quickly spoke up when she saw this. They are all reporters who want to interview you. There are also some people who want to contact you, probably to discuss cooperation or something like that. Some others are probably just too curious about you, so they come here to stake out. Jiang Yu paused for a moment before continuing. If you have the idea of cooperating with other countries, we can arrange a formal meeting between you. Do you think it is necessary? They had already discussed whether Lin Yicheng should meet with people from other countries. If Lin Yicheng had such an idea, they would not stop him. Moreover, contaminated fish species are not edible and pose a threat to moving ships. The biological chain in the entire ocean will be severely damaged. Lin Yicheng was stunned when he heard this. Not only is the area of the entire ocean larger than the area of land, but some places on the seabed are particularly deep. In this case, can't the vast sea water dilute a leak on an island? Is it that serious? A spill on an island will affect the entire ocean? If this is really as the other party said, it will be a huge blow to the fishing industry, and there are many other industries behind this industry. So, once we truly master controlled nuclear fusion, can we move towards a nuclear energy civilization? Well, the gap between oil civilization and nuclear energy civilization is actually quite large. If you can make that gap, your technology will also usher in a revolution. Lin Yicheng nodded, looking at the other party's excited expression, but did not say the next few words. Even if the other party really achieves the first generation of controlled nuclear fusion, there are still many directions to be researched in the future. As far as Lin Yiqing knows, the technology of controlled nuclear fusion has already reached the fourth generation. I thought of many ways to lure her, even including the beauty trap. But if we can't get in touch with him, there's no point in carrying out this plan. In the evening, the sun sets. Lin Yiqing and the senior executives of Longhua have ended the meeting, which lasted for quite a long time. Ko Chiming originally wanted to have dinner with Lin Yiqing, but since he had too many things to do, he would leave in the evening after today's meeting. However, Lin Yiqing still declined the invitation. He still felt that he would be more relaxed and comfortable eating alone. Walking out of the office building, Lin Yiqing saw at a glance that there were still many people wandering outside. Their superiors implicitly asked them to do everything they could to contact Lin Yiqing and obtain the right to interview him. In addition to these reporters, there were many other people who came here with other purposes and were all asked to perform the same task. The more Lin Yiqing showed how advanced the technology he had, the more uneasy people from abroad became. They were eager to get in touch with Lin Yiqing and then find a way to convince him or to cooperate with him at any cost. They all had a hunch that if they could seize this opportunity, they would never be cut off from Dragon Kingdom. Now they are asking all countries to contribute money to clean up the area around the island and ensure that the pollution does not spread. It can be solved, but it will cost a lot of money. Good guy, if you make a mistake, others will have to pay for it, right? When Lin Yiqing heard this, his eyes widened. This practice was too familiar. But for Lin Yiqing, there was nothing he could do. And the other thing is, having said that, Zhang Yiyu glanced at Lin Yiqing with an embarrassed look on her face. Why? This won't involve me, right? Lin Yiqing looked at the other person and felt that he seemed to be related to him in some way. Since Lin Yiqing had already refused, she could now legitimately reject these people's requests to meet Lin Yiqing. Otherwise, these reporters will write nonsense again, saying that Lin Yiqing was imprisoned and was not allowed to meet with reporters from other countries. The main purpose is to prevent Lin Yiqing from having such doubts in his heart after seeing such news. If some things are agreed upon in advance, they will not be affected by the other party's attempts to sow discord. After leaving the office building, although it was already evening, it seemed still early because it was summer. I was wondering if he was cultivating immortality and then pretended that he was actually working on technology just to show us. The video of Lin Yiqing positioning the aircraft was uploaded to the internet very quickly. It was forwarded by many people, and everyone had different thoughts when they saw the video. Some reporters who were still in Yonglin City, thinking about how to interview Lin Yiqing, also saw the video that was filmed at Chang'anyu Street. When the reporters saw the video, which was much clearer than before, their superiors called them before they could even take the video and write a news article. Some media outlets saw the news firsthand and took the initiative to contact the other party to seek permission to forward it. And when these videos were released, people kept posting texts and making wild guesses. I wanted to ask this before. This aircraft can fly at supersonic speeds and perform large maneuvers. Is there no overload at all? Now I see clearly that there is overload, but it is offset. Also, such a small thing actually has an anti-gravity system. Isn't this high-tech? Has a civilization really developed this? The person who took the close-up photo of the self-inspection screen on the aircraft was typing away on his cell phone. Think about it. There's nothing on it. How can you turn on the overload protection? If you ask me, I think the fact that this thing can fly at supersonic speeds without any resistance for people standing on it is a bit more like black technology. I have no idea how it is done. Why do I feel like my focus is completely different from yours? You are all paying attention to what kind of technology it has, but I'm the only one who has watched the entire video several times. This person waved his hand, and the aircraft flew directly to him. It must be aimed at making flying swords. Yes, I noticed this too. Even now, he still felt inexplicably shocked. The truth is, this tiny thing contains so much technology, and it is so advanced. Some people have predicted before that this thing has been ahead of the world's technology for hundreds of years. Now it seems that it may be even longer than that. Also, what kind of energy source does this thing use? It can't be a battery. A few moments after he released the video, it immediately became a hot topic on the internet. Everything related to Lin Yicheng is extremely popular right now, so if you add some keywords to the topic, the traffic will be huge. In addition, the video was shot at such a close distance, which attracted huge amounts of traffic. What's up? Lin Yicheng had a good impression of these people. When he saw them catching up with him, he couldn't help but ask a question. However, these people reacted and knew their identities, which surprised Lin Yicheng. Hey, can I just take a few pictures? Zhu Jiani looked at Lin Yicheng in front of her, seemed a little excited, and quickly spoke. Lin Yicheng was a bit amused and said, I'm not a big star. There's nothing good about taking pictures of me. You are much more important than those big stars. If you were a real big star, I wouldn't chase you. Upon hearing this, Zhu Jiani immediately spoke. Anyway, you will need to keep developing new materials during this process. Plus, with some chance encounters when researching materials, maybe you will be able to develop some new materials by then. Hearing Lin Yicheng say this, several people nearby were suddenly excited. There is nothing substantial, but what Lin Yicheng said is actually substantial help. When they were researching nuclear submarines, they knew nothing about them, not even the internal layout of a nuclear submarine. This wasted a lot of time and money. If there is someone in front of you to show you the way, you can completely avoid these pitfalls and take fewer detours. Please go ahead. Facing Lin Yicheng in front of them. Although the other party was not too old, they did not dare to neglect him and immediately spoke in a hurry. I didn't know I would come to a world like yours where technology is relatively backward, so I didn't bring any scientific research results with me. I can only wait until the next time I come to provide relevant things. So it is. Ko Chiming breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that. If that was the case, then it wouldn't be a big problem. However, I still feel a little disappointed. If we could start cooperation now, the development of science and technology could be several years faster. After the aircraft made a large turn, it immediately rose more than 40 degrees and began to climb, and disappeared from everyone's sight a moment later. At this moment, many people downstairs were still stunned as they recalled what had just happened. How on earth was this thing made? Are you trying to cultivate immortality through technology? It was absolutely amazing. I looked up when I heard the noise just now. The angle and posture of the aircraft when it flew over were absolutely amazing. And the way the other party summoned the aircraft was like reaching out to summon a flying sword. It was so cool. Lin Yicheng saw their disappointment, but there was nothing he could do. After all, Lin Yicheng has no advanced technological achievements to share with them at the moment. Not at all. In this case, it is undoubtedly a pipe dream to talk about cooperation. However, if I still don't have any high-tech technology when I come next time, it will be a bit troublesome. Seeing Lin Yicheng's answer, Ko Chiming and the others felt even more nervous. What does this mean? Isn't it that the days of waiting seem to be endless? Lin Yicheng saw the disappointment of several people, thought for a moment, and then said, although I can't give you something substantial right now, I can tell you in advance about the final form of some scientific and technological technologies and the direction of research. As for the level issue mentioned by the other party, then there will be no problem at all. I heard that several people from Kyoto have arrived today. To be honest, they are the only ones qualified to discuss this level of cooperation. As for the other two questions you just asked, normally one person can only ask one question, but since the answers are the same, I will answer them all at once. We don't know where the other side's civilization comes from. After all, these questions are also somewhat rude in our opinion. After hearing this answer, the reporters present couldn't help but twitch their lips. Moreover, many people are actually speculating that the other party might deny something. May I ask, what civilization are they from? What is their technological level? Have we already discussed cooperation with your country? Yesterday, the other party talked to you in your office building in Yonglin City for an entire afternoon. May I ask what you talked about? Does the other party have a purpose for coming to our planet? At this moment, various problems continue to pop up like bamboo shoots after rain. There were so many questions that even the spokesperson was overwhelmed. However, he did have some experience in dealing with such situations. This immediately caught the attention of the rest. When they looked over one by one and saw Lin Yicheng being surrounded in the center, they took a closer look and realized that this was the time traveler who had been making a lot of noise on the internet in the past 2 days. Seeing this, the group of people came over involuntarily, taking out their cell phones. Oh my God, it's that time traveler. How come he looks similar to us? He's just a time traveler, not an alien, so it's normal for him to look a bit the same as me. It feels really different to see each other from such a close distance. Maybe it's because today is Saturday, so there are a lot of people coming here to play, and the crowd seems very crowded. Zhang Yiyu followed Lin Yichin closely, and the security personnel who followed beside him were also a little nervous at the moment, and had no intention of paying attention to the scenery beside them. After Lin Yicheng walked a little further forward, he saw a stage and a lion dance in front of him, which looked particularly lively. Just as Lin Yicheng thought, although it is a rare opportunity to come out, there are still many people who are addicted to their phones, and some of them are also taking pictures with their phones nonstop. No matter what, we can't let our own family members make things difficult for our own family members, right? Excuse me. Have your country and this gentleman from another civilization reached a technological cooperation? And what about the text on the other party's aircraft? It is said that this person is from the future world. Is this true? The reporter who was called on did not hesitate to ask the most sensitive question right away. The spokesperson's expression remained unchanged as he listened to the question. He had known that the other party would ask this question. I can't give a clear answer to this question right now. He answered, compared to the last world, technology in all aspects is naturally backward, and the same is true for electronic products such as mobile phones. Speaking of the previous world, Lin Yichin couldn't help but sigh. Mobile phones in that world no longer need metal back covers. They use a completely new material, and the screens are getting thinner and thinner. When you hold it in your hand, it feels like a thin piece of glass. The entire phone is equipped with countless functions to facilitate some of the convenience needs of daily life. It's a pity that the cell phone from that world is useless even if he takes it away. As for whether we can be boyfriends, it should be fine after we get to know each other for a while and see what kind of person he is. Lin Yicheng heard the dry cough. He just came to take a look at Chang'anyu Street and was not thinking about anything else. Well, there's no need for such an introduction. Lin Yichin waved his hands repeatedly. Not to mention that he didn't have such thoughts now. Even if he did, it would be impossible in this world. After all, he won't stay in this world for too long. Lin Yichin was about to say something when Zhang Yiyu, who had been standing beside him, came over and said, Mr. Lin, if you need it, I have girls here who I can introduce to you. Lin Yichin was speechless after hearing this, so let's have a love affair that transcends civilizations? He himself hasn't figured out the world of time travel, so how could he have the mood to deal with these things? Zhang Yiyu pursed her lips when she heard this and said, I think there should be girls willing to give it a try. Lin Yichin shook his head. Others might be willing, but he was not. Thinking of this, he was about to answer something, but he saw Zhang Yiyu, who was walking in front, suddenly slowed down. Then he saw Zhang Yiyu holding the earphone and listening for a while, and then his expression became a little ugly. Lin Yichin came up and tapped on a small screen on his wrist. This was the terminal that came with the aircraft and could control it remotely. As long as Lin Yichin clicks this side, the aircraft will directly lock the position based on the positioning, and then fly directly over. But at this moment, to outsiders, it seemed that Lin Yichin just stretched out his hand casually and tilted it slightly, and then a burst of loud noises came from it. The next moment, a gorgeous flying sword with a tail of light was seen from the edge of the sky, flying straight towards Lin Yichin. That scene was as handsome as a sword master summoning a flying sword. Some people felt dizzy after watching it, and forwarded it while adding their own thoughts. They may say that they understand nothing about this thing, but this does not hinder their love for it. And it is also an exploration of the unknown. Thanks to the book Friend, be a fake layman for the 500 points reward. This is amazing. They have successfully developed anti-gravity. I feel that if we cooperate with them, even if they casually provide us with some technology, it will be enough for us to study for a long time, right? Yeah, and the overload protection, I always feel like there's some black technology in it. The images are displayed one by one when you look up and are projected in front of you through the projection below, with the distance controlled just right. Safety protection on. Energy self-test is normal. Anti-gravity system activated. Overload protection activated. The system has been calibrated normally and can be launched. As an extremely precise aircraft, It needs to undergo a detailed self-inspection every time it flies to ensure there are no problems with the flight. Fortunately, this kind of verification does not take too much time. Lin Yiqing turned around and looked at Jiang Yeyu behind him. Are you going back with me? Or are you going back by yourself? I get so angry when you talk about this. The more I look at the other person's face, the more disgusting it becomes. Perhaps because they had a common topic. These boys who originally didn't know each other seemed to be quite excited when they started chatting. Lin Yiqing sat aside and listened to what several people were talking about, feeling a little confused. He didn't know what had happened, so he asked a question. A few boys nearby were already chatting away at this time, and when they saw Lin Yiqing asking questions, they told him everything that happened at the press conference one by one. These tables are all next to Lin Yiqing. Work is work, and you still have to eat. Eating next to me won't interfere with your work. Seeing Lin Yiqing's arrangement, and seeing that these tables indeed placed Lin Yiqing in the middle, Jiang Yu thought there shouldn't be any safety issues, so she nodded and agreed to Lin Yiqing's arrangement. And to be honest, she was indeed a little greedy, especially when she saw Lin Yiqing tasting it just now. She was even more greedy. Under Lin Yiqing's arrangement, all the staff around Lin Yiqing sat down and then started to eat. Lin Yiqing was eating while looking at the charging status in front of him. Suddenly, he felt his heart beating. Oh my God, it's really him. I just had a great chat with a time traveler. This is definitely the highlight of my life. Dong Jianhai looked at the person in the video carefully, then thought about Lin Yiqing's appearance just now, and suddenly slapped himself. Darn it, why didn't we talk about something more sensitive just now? Such a good opportunity is in front of me. What are I talking about? The more he thought about it, the more annoyed he felt. Zhu Jiani, who was standing by, also realized it a little later. You said the person just now was that Lin Yiqing? They're saying we need to work together for the sake of humanity. How disgusting. A young man standing nearby was holding his cell phone and swearing. Hearing this, several other young people sitting nearby couldn't help but echo. That's right. I remember 3 years ago, Luzon made substantial progress through research on genetic drugs. At that time, our country wanted to pay for the purchase, and they had already agreed. Then the Eagle country directly threatened them and did not allow them to continue trading with our country. Now they are turning around and asking for cooperation again. It's shameless. It's over. The crowds are crowding around us. I'm afraid it's going to be hard to get out now. Chang'anyu Street itself is not a very wide street, and now there is a large flow of people. It is so crowded that it is basically impossible to move. Many people who were out having fun saw the commotion here and suddenly wanted to join in the fun. This makes this place more and more crowded. The security personnel outside are currently trying to create a passage for Lin Yiqing to pass through. But the crowd was too crowded and it was difficult to leave. Jiang Yiyu realized the seriousness of the problem, hurriedly checked the time, and her face turned pale instantly. I bought you a drink. As he was talking, a few pretty girls came up to him, stood aside, and shared the drinks in their hands with their boyfriends. Lin Yiqing couldn't help but twitch his lips when he saw this. Did I go out today without checking the almanac? Why did I eat so much dog food? As soon as he said this, Dong Jianhai couldn't help but laugh. Baby, I remember you have a few good friends, right? They're all still single. How about introducing some to him? Dong Jianhai thought that the chat with Lin Yiqing just now was pretty good, especially since Lin Yiqing looked quite handsome. Now that Lin Yiqing has left, these security personnel did not leave immediately. Instead, they controlled the scene as required to avoid any unexpected situations. Once everyone knew that the key person had left, and the attraction began to evacuate the crowd gradually dispersed and the security personnel began to evacuate. However, the crowd here gradually dispersed and left, but the impact of this incident just now did not dissipate at all. Especially those who took close-up photos of the scene, frantically forwarded them to their friends with their mobile phones, and even posted them on short videos, hoping to take this opportunity to attract more fans. The most important thing is that this way they can have a good start with each other, and when Lin Yiqing comes to this world again in the future, he won't have to worry about other things. Safety will also be guaranteed. Real? Hearing Lin Yiqing's straightforward answer, the people nearby suddenly widened their eyes in disbelief and stared at Lin Yiqing in front of them. They all didn't expect that Lin Yiqing would answer so straightforwardly. This made it seem that many of the plans they had thought of before were useless at this moment. Of course it's true, but Lin Yiqing couldn't help but pause when he said this. But this also made several people nearby feel nervous. These reporters were waiting patiently and occasionally communicating with their leaders about some issues. When the time finally came, the reporters below couldn't help but stir as they saw the spokesperson striding onto the stage. Each of them stared at the spokesperson with piercing eyes. Looking at the reporters below, the spokesperson on the stage couldn't help but feel a little awkward. To be honest, after learning that he was chosen to be the spokesperson this time, he already felt a little depressed. However, what he didn't expect was that during the communication, he found that the information he got was very little, and he almost resigned on the spot. In this way, both parties have left a good impression on each other. Otherwise, the next time Lin Yiqing comes to this world, I'm afraid their relationship won't be so harmonious. Another reason is that the civilizations of both countries are too similar, which makes Lin Yiqing feel quite close to this civilization. If he could help the other person with just a wave of his hand, Lin Yiqing would not refuse. And when the other party's technology develops, maybe Lin Yiqing will still be able to use him in the future. Lin Yiqing, who had already considered all this, nodded readily in response to the other party's inquiry. Moreover, the other party said he would come next time, but we don't know the exact time? Thinking of this, Kachiming hesitated for a moment before speaking. Then may I know when you will come next time? I can't be sure about that. Lin Yiqing had no idea how he had calculated his time travel, so he couldn't give the other party an accurate answer at the moment. Hearing Lin Yiqing say this, Kachiming in front of him felt a little disappointed. From this perspective, the opportunity to collaborate with Lin Yiqing is indeed good news. But the problem is that the collaboration seems to be a long way off. Is it true? They seem to look somewhat similar, but she still found it hard to believe. Such a pioneer was sitting next to her boyfriend, and she even said she wanted to introduce someone to him? No. Thinking of this, Zhu Jianyi quickly stood up and ran forward. What are you doing? Dong Jianhai was a little confused, not knowing what his girlfriend would do. Of course I would chase after her and take a closer look. There won't be a second chance like this. Zhu Jianyi was the most sober one. She had already thought it through and told her besties that she almost introduced them to the entrepreneur, but it didn't work out, which made them so upset. They're so familiar with taking detours. They have taken too many detours. Now that we have a guide, the results are completely different. Thinking of this, smiles suddenly appeared on the faces of several people. I don't know, is there anything we can do to help? Only with mutual benefit and assistance can future cooperation be long-lasting. If you keep asking for things, I'm afraid the other party will get annoyed. When your technology develops, maybe I will need you. Lin Yiqing shook his head when he heard this. For the time being, he didn't need any help. In Chang'anyu Street, there were many security personnel who were originally guarding Lin Yiqing to ensure his safety. It does feel a bit strange that I didn't feel any numbness in my feet when I just stood on this aircraft. Is it because of some kind of black technology, or is it because the journey is too short? Zhang Yeyu felt strange, but still led Lin Yiqing towards the conference room. A moment later, Zhang Yeyu pushed open a door and invited Lin Yiqing in after passing through numerous security guards, while she closed the door and walked out. She would not be able to participate in the next meeting. After Lin Yiqing entered the room, he took a quick look and got a general idea of the people inside. There were only about 7 or 8 people sitting in the conference room. Lin, it's almost time. We should go. If you calculate the time, it is indeed time to leave, and it will take some time to drive back. Also, allow some time for unexpected situations. Okay, let's go. Lin Yiqing stood up immediately after hearing this, and then waved to the people beside him. I had a great time chatting with you just now. See you again if there is a chance. After finishing speaking, Lin Yiqing turned and left. When Lin Yiqing left, Dong Jianhai and the others suddenly felt that there was a lot more free time around them. Before, I clearly felt a little congested here. Duck, what happened just now? I don't know if it was Lin Yiqing's illusion, but when I heard Zhang Yu talking about drinks, there seemed to be something strange in her words. After looking at each other suspiciously, Lin Yiqing shook his head and said, "Forget it, let's go back first." Thinking of this, Lin Yicheng immediately strode forward. However, before he could take a few more steps, he heard several hurried shouts from behind. Lin Yicheng, Mr. Lin. Hearing someone calling his name, Lin Yicheng turned around subconsciously. When I turned around, I saw Dong Dianhai and a few others running towards us. However, this time, they were stopped by a few people outside before they got close. So with this feeling, he thought he could introduce it to the other party. Upon hearing this, Zhu Jiani couldn't help but glance at Lin Yicheng standing beside her. At this moment, she also realized that Lin Yicheng in front of her was indeed quite handsome. It's mainly because of the other person's aura. I always feel like I want to get closer and find out more. All my best friends are pretty girls with fair skin, long legs. Can I introduce one to you? Thinking that her best friends were all single and were always shouting for handsome guys, she thought she could let her best friends give it a try if she caught one. Hey, don't get too close. Don't you see the people guarding here? These must be arranged security guards. Don't let them think you are up to something. There was a constant stream of noisy sounds coming from the side, accompanied by the sound of cameras snapping. Zhang Yeyu looked at the scene helplessly, and then heard the security personnel's report in the earphone. A large number of people nearby are beginning to move in this direction, increasing the potential safety hazard. In addition, the crowding may easily lead to a stampede. Please arrange for Mr. Lin to leave as soon as possible. After Lin Yicheng finished speaking, he couldn't help but sigh. I don't know when technology in our world will be able to reach that level. I always feel that I won't see the day when our country sets foot on the moon in my lifetime. Their world also has a moon. However, so far, the Dragon Kingdom in this world has not even been able to send a lunar probe, let alone send humans there. In terms of technology, we are indeed a little behind. After she finished speaking, Jiang Yeyu immediately realized that her words seemed a little unintentional. But in Lin Yicheng's opinion, maybe he was intentionally hinting at something. Jiang Yeyu, who was not far away, heard this and pursed her lips slightly, trying not to laugh out loud, but she couldn't help but look straight at Lin Yicheng. Lin Yicheng was also a little amused at this moment. Are you mocking me for being single? Of course I didn't mean that. Upon hearing this, Zhu Jiani quickly waved her hands and said, although she said so, the smile in her eyes could not be concealed. Lin Yicheng himself actually didn't think it was a big deal. He looked at the time and wondered if he should leave. However, at this moment, several voices were heard one after another. Baby, you must be thirsty. This type of aircraft can only carry 2 people, no more than that. Zhang Yiyu hesitated a little when she heard this. She had never sat on this thing before, and to be honest, she was still a little afraid of heights. But if she just let Lin Yicheng go back alone without her as his assistant, that would be a bit unreasonable. Thinking of this, Zhang Yiyu gritted her teeth and immediately stepped onto the aircraft. As soon as her feet stepped onto the aircraft, she felt a suction force coming, binding her tightly to the aircraft. Don't worry, you won't fall. Lin Yicheng looked at the other person coming up, smiled at him, and then stepped slightly. There are so many cars today. Although traffic control had been implemented along the way, Lin Yicheng's car was able to pass unimpeded. But Lin Yicheng could still feel the large number of vehicles on the left and right. If it was in the past, there would definitely not be so many people, but because of Mr. Lin, all the tickets to Yonglin City were sold out, and the flow of people suddenly increased a lot. Last night, all departments were busy. After all, it's Lin Yicheng, and a leader is coming, so the security issue must be handled properly. Unfortunately, the flow of people became extremely large at this time, and Yonglin City had to directly transfer a large number of personnel from several nearby places to maintain safety. Lin Yicheng had a look of understanding on his face, and then he scanned the furnishings in the conference room. So, you're not all focusing on researching genetic drugs, and thus neglecting other technologies? Thinking about the 2 fighter jets that the other side had just sent out, and the obvious sense of technological backwardness along the way, Lin Yicheng couldn't help but ask one more question. Hearing Lin Yicheng's words, Meng Qing'an blushed. This is the second time I've heard Lin Yicheng say that their world is backward. But then again, the technology in Dragon Country is indeed very backward, especially since they have recently started to invest in the research of genetic drugs, and the tilt of resources has led to this. Listening to the sound coming from the headphones, Jiang Yeyu also realized the seriousness of the matter. If Lin Chen were to suffer any harm, she would probably have ended her career. Thinking of this, she hurried forward and whispered, "Mr. Lin, you can leave now. The crowd is rushing towards you. If there are too many people, it will be difficult to leave." Lin Chen did not refuse after hearing this. He immediately turned around and left with the other party. Seeing this, Zhu Jiani couldn't help but shout, "Mr. Lin, don't you really want me to introduce my boyfriend to you?" After she finished speaking, she couldn't help laughing out loud, and Jiang Yeyu beside her couldn't help laughing out loud as well. "Hello, my name is Kuchimi. I wanted to see you when I arrived today, but you were still resting, so I didn't disturb you." The first person to stand up was an old man with a kind look in his eyes. When he stood up, he stretched out his hand with a smile and shook hands with Lin Yicheng firmly. Lin Yicheng also extended his hand and shook hands with the other party. He smiled and said, "When it comes to etiquette, it's fine as long as the meaning is there." Hearing Lin Yicheng's words, Kuchimi smiled immediately, then reached out and introduced the people around him to Lin Yicheng. There are only a few people here, but they are the leaders in the center and are capable of making decisions on any matter in the country. Lin Yicheng couldn't help shaking his head as he listened. I don't know if this can be considered as the bad nature of human beings. Even in the last world, facing the threat of extraterrestrial civilization, there were still some barriers between each other. But then again, do you think that person will cooperate with our country? It would be great if there is cooperation. I also want to see our country's aircraft carrier in my lifetime. Who wouldn't want to? But it seems that researching genetic medicine is the top priority, right? I feel like something is wrong. I think the technology is really cool. Jiang Yeyu stood aside, watching the aircraft fly to her with great agility. Her little mouth opened into a big O. His face was full of surprise and disbelief. After a while, he looked at Lin Yicheng with a strange expression. By the way, the person who developed this flying machine must have read too many fairy tales. Upon hearing this, Lin Yicheng couldn't help but think of the GG about this aircraft. As for the GG of the Chengxiao aircraft, it is actually very plain and simple, just like other suspended cars, and it also has the automatic navigation function. But the problem is, once the appearance of the aircraft is changed, this function becomes extremely brilliant. It's afternoon, so there won't be any news at this time. Hearing Lin Yicheng's question, Jiang Yeyu immediately answered softly. Lin Yicheng understood what he said and stopped asking questions. Instead, he began to concentrate on tasting the food in front of him. While Lin Yicheng was concentrating on eating, the venue was already crowded with people as the press conference was approaching. Countless people are waiting for this official statement. Even though the official may not reveal too much, it still attracted countless reporters. The press conference site. At this moment, there are already countless reporters from various countries sitting in the conference hall. It feels a bit too much to have dinner with you leaders. I prefer to enjoy food by myself. Hearing the other party's words, Lin Yicheng immediately waved his hands. Of course, one should enjoy the meal, but since we are not that familiar with each other, let's just forget about it. Yesterday, due to special circumstances, I only ate with Meng Qinggan. As for today, forget it. Okay, what do you want to eat? This is a well-known restaurant in Yonglin City. We also have a chef for the state banquet. Take a look. Lin Yicheng took the information from the other party and looked at it. After scanning it, he clicked on the restaurant ranked first and said, "Let's go with this one." Upon hearing this, the other people standing by couldn't help but slap their heads immediately. Yes, he is not far away now. Why don't you catch up with him quickly? Thinking of this, her steps became even faster. Dong Jianhai came to his senses immediately after hearing this. Yes, he could definitely catch up now. Thinking of this, he hurriedly chased after him, and several other people around him also started to move. Lin Yicheng and Jiang Yeyu were already walking towards the exit. Jiang Yeyu asked Lin Yicheng if he needed to buy anything to drink. After all, it's summer now, and although it's cool here, it's normal to feel a little thirsty after walking around for so long. Thinking of this, Jiang Yeyu couldn't help but sigh in her heart. To be honest, with her current knowledge, she could not imagine how far her own technology would advance given the other side's technological civilization. After all, This guy can travel through the world. Thinking about it this way, it really makes people feel a deep sense of powerlessness. Hello, sir. This is the snow falling in front of the door that you ordered. Lin Yicheng and Zhang Yeyu were chatting when the first dish had already been prepared in the kitchen and was served. The waiter who delivered the food spoke in a low voice while glancing at Lin Yicheng out of the corner of his eye, with an expression that could not be concealed of excitement. Zhang Yeyu was stunned for a moment after hearing this, and then quickly said, "I've already eaten it before, Mr. Lin. You don't have to worry. If you've already eaten, just eat a little more. It's not a big deal. You can also let your colleagues eat something too." There was not only Zhang Yeyu present, there were other people as well. Lin Yicheng was the only one eating here, while everyone else was standing aside. Everyone felt a little awkward looking at Lin Yicheng. Thinking of this, Lin Yicheng immediately picked up the menu again and called the waiter. "Let's order 3 portions of each of these dishes and serve them to tables 2 and 3 and 5 respectively. In our country, hospitality is very important. We are not familiar with the other party. It is extremely rude to start discussing cooperation without showing courtesy on our first meeting. Moreover, if we really want to discuss cooperation, the position of Yonglin City Representative is not enough." After these words were spoken, the reporters present fell silent. After thinking about it carefully, I think what the other person said makes some sense. Considering that they have been in Dragon Country for so many years and know the other side's culture and customs, it was indeed unlikely that they would have discussed cooperation right away yesterday. For example, the other party's conversation or the text on the other party's aircraft. As he listened to Lin Yicheng saying this, a new buzzword popped up in his mind: foodie. Haha, don't worry, this restaurant still has a lot of signature dishes. Take a look and see what you want to eat. As he spoke, Meng Qingan handed the menu to Lin Yicheng. After Lin Yicheng took the menu, he looked at some of the signature dishes on it and ordered some at random. Soon, the signature dishes were served one after another. Lin Yicheng tasted it and felt that it tasted very good and was cooked very delicately. Why did I feel like some plainclothes officers left? They are plainclothes police. Look, these guys didn't even look at the surroundings at the beginning. They just kept staring at people, just like bodyguards. Who else could it be but this guy? How can he be so awesome? Didn't you say at the beginning that this person looked like Lin Yicheng? The woman just now called him Mr. Lin. Could it be him? A few men realized it slowly, and when they saw a large number of people suddenly evacuating from their side, they suddenly felt that things were not going to be simple. After carefully recalling Lin Yicheng's appearance, he quickly took out his mobile phone, opened the video, paused it, and watched it carefully. Lin Yicheng got out of the car immediately, and the accompanying driver drove the car to the parking lot. Lin Yicheng had just stepped off the car when he immediately felt a cool breeze blowing towards him. There are bluestones under your feet, and there are dense trees on both sides of the street, and there is a small canal under the trees. When Lin Yicheng noticed the canal, a hint of surprise appeared on his face. The canal is not a complete canal like a sewer. The whole canal is like a needle thread on the street, laid out on the street. When you see one paragraph, the next paragraph has disappeared, and when you look back, it appears in another unexpected place. How could he deal with them when he knew less information than the reporters present? Whenever he thought of this, he couldn't help but feel an inexplicable pressure. The spokesperson glanced down, took a strategic sip of water, and then spoke. Today's press conference is mainly to give everyone a brief explanation of the visitor from another civilization yesterday. As soon as the words fell, the reporters present were all shocked. Although there is a lot of evidence that can prove that the other party is indeed from another civilization. But hearing the official recognition in person at this moment still makes people feel a little shocked. Because from their angle, they seem to have captured the subtitles of the aircraft's self-inspection. Not to mention other things, the anti-gravity system displayed above made him fall into silence. The high technology contained in this aircraft seems to be far beyond everyone's imagination. Arrive! A gentle voice was heard, and Zhang Yiyu, who had kept her eyes closed behind him, opened her eyes subconsciously. When she opened her eyes, she found herself back in front of the office building. This is so fast, feeling the suction on her feet had disappeared. Zhang Yiyu jumped off the aircraft. She had originally reserved time in case something unexpected happened. Now, the reserve time is not enough. It is impossible to leave whenever you want with such a dense crowd. Lin Yiqing also realized that something was wrong at this point. If the crowd continued to squeeze like this, there would be a stampede. Thinking of this, Lin Yiqing looked around and immediately locked his eyes on a small attic nearby. Lin Yiqing immediately pulled Jiang Yeyu towards the attic and then went straight to the second floor. On the second floor, there is a protruding beauty bench that resembles a balcony. Okay, I'll arrange it right away. Seeing that Lin Yiqing was chosen, Jiang Yeyu nodded immediately, arranged the position, and reported to her superiors. Lin Yiqing didn't know that the leaders who came were actually still hungry and wanted to have a meal with Lin Yiqing later to get closer to him. After having a conversation with Lin Yiqing yesterday, Meng Qinggan felt that the culture of Lin Yiqing's world should be not much different from theirs. Therefore, I thought that I could get closer to Lin Yiqing at the dinner table. It's a pity that although they had good intentions, Lin Yiqing only wanted to eat alone and enjoy the food. We're done eating, let's go. Lin Yiqing doesn't have to worry about checkout. But then again, it was a good thing that he had contact with the senior management here. Otherwise, Lin Yiqing would have to think about his eating and sleeping problems now. There are still about 2 hours until the scheduled meeting time. Mr. Lin, do you want to go for a walk? Jiang Yeyu, please remember the time, so as not to delay the meeting. Is there anything worth visiting in Yonglin City? Now, the best place to go is Chang'anyu Street. There are dense trees and shade there. In addition, due to the terrain and other factors, it is very cool in the summer. It is now July in this world. Lin Yiqing can feel the scorching heat outside through the glass while sitting nearby. If it weren't for the good sound insulation, Lin Yiqing estimated that he could still hear the cicadas chirping. Jiang Yeyu and the others ate very quickly. They should have eaten even faster than Lin Yiqing, but they were delayed a bit because of the speed with which the dishes were served in the kitchen. But she didn't let Lin Yiqing wait any longer. After quickly eating all the dishes served in front of her, Jiang Yu came and stood in front of Lin Yiqing, acting like a helper. Although the main world seems to be much more advanced than this world, it is inevitable that there are some bumps and stumbles on the road of technology. The technology in the previous world seemed to be advanced enough, but wasn't it still under threat from alien civilizations? Technology is something that is really too difficult to see the end of. Jiang Yiyu came to her senses immediately after hearing this. Yes, she understood. No matter how advanced the technology in Lin Yiqing's world is, there must be some problems that are difficult to solve, right? It's just that the problem the other party faces is not as small as hers. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yiyu wanted to ask how it compared to Lin Yiqing's world. But on second thought, this is not a good question to ask. Right now, we can't talk about what's happening outside, and she isn't allowed to ask questions about the issues inside. Even though she is Lin Yiqing's assistant now, she is not the only one around Lin Yiqing. If she asked at this moment, the inquiry would immediately reach her superiors, and she would be immediately removed and replaced. Mr. Lin, regarding the discussion, the time is set at 3 p.m. Do you think it is okay? Jiang Yiyu looked at the message sent by her superior. Then at the set time, she began to ask Lin Yiqing questions. The GG at that time was that when you used this aircraft and activated the one-button recall function, the aircraft would be like a flying sword, flying directly to you at an extremely fast speed. Moreover, during this flight process, more than 350 flight trajectories have been designed. No matter which one it is, it can make you look like a fairy flying in the air. Just based on this point, no man can resist this aircraft. This was promoted as one of the selling points at the time. The only downside is that the aircraft is too expensive. Lin Yiqing smiled, stepped on it directly, and then stepped lightly with his foot, and the system began to self-check. Lin Yiqing took a look at the dish in front of him. Judging from the appearance of the dish, it really lived up to its name and was very artistic. I took the chopsticks and tasted it. It melted in my mouth, leaving a hint of coolness and a lingering fragrance on my lips and teeth. No wonder this dish has received rave reviews. It is indeed very good. By the way, yesterday you mentioned that there would be a press conference today, but I don't think I saw any news about it. Lin Yiqing just opened his phone and took a look, and indeed did not see any relevant news. Seeing this, I was a little confused. It is impossible for Lin Yiqing to accept interviews from these guys. At present, we still don't know what Lin Yicheng's specific attitude towards their long war is. If Lin Yicheng accepts the interview, he will definitely be seduced by these guys with some conditions. If Lin Yicheng is really attracted by the conditions offered by the other party, then it will be over. Everyone. The deputy came up to the crowd and waved his hand, signaling everyone to be quiet. However, seeing the other party coming, the noise became even louder. Excuse me, what is the specific identity of this person who suddenly visited our planet? Lin Yicheng admired the architectural styles around him. The cultural similarities were so great that these ancient buildings actually looked very similar. After Lin Yicheng walked around for a long time and felt a little tired, he found a stone bench to sit down and rest. There were already a few young people sitting on the stone chairs. Lin Yicheng looked over and saw that they all had several bags on them, which looked like women's. I guess he was out playing with his girlfriend. Duck, these foreigners are so shameless. They haven't even started cooperating yet, but they're already plotting against us. After hearing this, several people smiled knowingly. To be honest, they had already noticed it a long time ago, but they just hadn't changed their minds. I wonder if there is any chance for us to cooperate? Having talked about this topic, Kuchiming finally got to the point. Of course, there is no problem with cooperation. Upon hearing this, Lin Yicheng nodded very readily. In his opinion, there are many benefits to cooperating with the other party. After cooperating with the other party, when he comes to this world again in the future, he will be able to use this opportunity to get some of the things he wants. Instead, he is quite curious about Lin Yicheng's background. Although I know that Lin Yicheng said that he is a time traveler, I don't know which world Lin Yicheng came from and what that world is like. The other party is completely unaware of this information. In response to such inquiries, Lin Yicheng's answer was rather vague, and he did not give a very clear answer. Seeing that Lin Yicheng's answer was vague, Meng Qing'an did not force it and just casually changed the subject. The two of them walked out of the office building together and saw a crowd of people outside the building. And inside the crowd, there was a group of guards isolating the other party outside. The next day, Lin Yicheng got up from the bed and looked outside. The sun was already at its highest point. Looking back at the time, it was 11:15. I was too tired yesterday, but I slept very well. Lin Yicheng stretched his body, washed up, and then opened the door. Just as Lin Yicheng's door was opened, the guard standing nearby came forward and asked, "Mr. Lin, you are awake. Did you have a good rest last night? Is there anything you are not satisfied with?" The person on duty was a woman, who looked pretty, but her oval face made her seem a little less lethal. When facing Lin Yicheng, the woman in front of him seemed a little nervous. After all, this is the era of global community, and technology knows no borders. Only if we work together can we promote global development and benefit humanity worldwide. As soon as these words were spoken, countless reporters stretched their necks. At this moment, the faces of the reporters from this country all changed. Although they are in this industry, they already know that these reporters from other countries are very shameless. But I didn't expect that the other party could be so shameless. If we really want to talk about technology sharing, why didn't they share their achievements in genetic medicine with them before? Look, from the video footage taken on site, we can see our language engraved on the aircraft. This is a bit strange. You said that the other party spoke the same language as us. Maybe it's because the other party used some high tech to achieve real-time translation. But what about the text on it? You can't say that he is actually from our civilization, but he came from the future and traveled to the present time and space, right? A netizen zoomed in on the aircraft to see more clearly the structural distribution inside. As a result, as he continued to examine carefully, he saw a scene that he felt was extraordinary. Everywhere he looked, he saw suspended cars and some buildings that looked like suspended apartments. "Mr. Lin, what do you think of our world?" Following Lin Yicheng's gaze, Jiang Yu couldn't help but look at the extremely busy pedestrian street below for a few more times, and immediately asked another question. Lin Yicheng thought for a moment and said, "It has a bit of retro style." Yonglin City's most lively pedestrian street is indeed retro in style. From the archway at the entrance to the streets along this stretch, the buildings are basically in the style of ancient buildings. With the addition of flying flags of some taverns and the like, it looks even more ancient. Let's talk about some sensitive topics. Dong Jianhai chuckled when he heard this, and Zhu Jiani was speechless. But after a glance at the people around him, his expression softened a little. I'm a little thirsty. What do you want to drink? Milk tea or mineral water? Although she didn't know what was going on with these people, Zhu Jiani didn't care about the $10. Outside, of course, you have to give your boyfriend some face. Several people nearby subconsciously waved their hands when they heard this. No, my girlfriend is also taking pictures in front. If we want to drink something later, we can just buy it with her. Most importantly, there are ancient buildings that are very well preserved there. It can be considered a landmark building of Dragon Kingdom culture. But it is also because of these reasons that this place is very crowded. If you go for a walk here, the pressure will be on the security department. After all, more people means danger, especially now that Yonglin City is at the center of the vortex. Then go and have a look. I'm not a celebrity. If I keep a low profile, no one will notice me. At this time, most people have become phone dwellers and don't care about the people around them. If Lin Yichen were a beautiful woman who dressed up gorgeously, people might take a few more glances at him and notice him. What kind of Power Ranger? If you can really develop a Superman, that's another matter. Thanks to Zhang Liang's for his 100 points reward. What are you talking about? You look so happy. Just when a few people were chatting happily, a woman came over not far away, holding her mobile phone with a satisfied look. Just now, she took some nice photos, so she was somewhat happy. Zhu Jiani walked over and saw her boyfriend happily chatting with several other strangers nearby, and she felt a little confused. These people don't look like each other's friends. She knows all of her boyfriend's friends, and these people shouldn't be included. When such words were spread to Longhua, many Longhua netizens were disgusted after reading them. He just went there for negotiation, and now he is in prison? These guys are getting better and better at slander. However, compared to the heated discussions outside, there seemed to be an undercurrent of turmoil inside the office building in Yonglin City. In addition to reporters, countless people also came here to stake out, and among these people, there were many spies hiding among them. The purpose of following this rule is to obtain first-hand information. At this moment, Lin Yicheng and Meng Qinggan were in the building. Charge level is 20%. 20%. Looks like I have to go back and wait a little longer. The question is, will they still charge for the ticket this time when I go back? When Lin Yichen thought of this, he suddenly looked worried. He was very familiar with using this aircraft, and he felt that it could protect his safety very well. He felt reluctant to throw it away. For example, this time, I traveled to the island of Bania. If it weren't for this aircraft, Lin Yicheng felt that he would not be able to leave North Naya Island. All the creatures on it are polluted, and so are the nearby seas. These foreign reporters are so shameless. They have already seen the other party come out of the office building, but they're still talking about being imprisoned. Are they blind? I'm not blind. I just asked this on purpose so I can go back and continue to smear you. There were quite a few other people outside the office building at the time, and they all saw exactly what happened. In this situation, naturally some people were unhappy, so they posted this video on the internet. Therefore, many netizens were naturally extremely angry after seeing it. On the other hand, some netizens discovered a detail. Mr. Lin, please take a seat. After learning Lin Yicheng's name, Meng Qingyan was extremely polite and invited Lin Yicheng to take a seat. Lin Yicheng nodded when he heard this and then sat down. By the way, the creatures on the island I just visited seem to be a little strange. Is this a characteristic of your planet? After Lin Yichen sat down, he said with a hint of confusion on his face. This was indeed something that made Lin Yicheng feel a little strange. If it weren't for this thing, he wouldn't have thought that he had arrived in a world like the Jurassic. Meng Qinggan knew that the island Lin Yicheng was talking about was Bania Island. A lot of the cool air comes from this canal. The water in the canal is also clear and transparent. According to what Zhang Yeyu said before, the water in this canal comes from a mountain spring in front. This spring is not warm in winter and cool in summer, but is always freezing cold. Because of this reason, it is difficult for the temperature here to rise. Lin Yicheng looked carefully at the canal in front of him, and felt somewhat moved that the person who designed the canal was able to design it so beautifully. Let's go in and take a look. At first sight, Lin Yicheng liked this place very much and felt that this trip was not in vain. Has the other party's technology advanced to this point? Is it possible to travel through time? Hey, you said this person has come to our country. Will he cooperate with us in some related areas in the future? If so, then our future technology will be affected. At this moment, someone suddenly thought of this matter and spoke up. In fact, many people already think this way. Putting aside other things, just look at the technology of the other party's aircraft. How could anyone from Dragon Country not be confused after seeing this? Who doesn't want to fly around in the sky like this? It's still sword flying, and this is indeed the case. She doesn't usually chase stars and finds it boring. But the current situation is different. The person in front of him is Lin Yicheng, who comes from another time and space. Okay, but you'd better hurry up because I'm in a hurry. Lin Yicheng said this and glanced at the time. Well, upon hearing this, Zhu Jiani nodded immediately and then quickly handed the phone to her boyfriend. But she did not intend to ask to be with Lin Yicheng. I just want to take a few photos from a long distance. Seeing this, Lin Yicheng cooperated and took a few steps forward. But at this moment, the crowd nearby became a little agitated, mainly because Zhu Jiani shouted a little too loudly just now. Lin Yicheng didn't think much about it, and he and Jiang Yeyu had already arrived at the booked restaurant. The seat is near the window, and you can see the most prosperous street in Yonglin City. After Lin Yicheng sat down, he took the menu and ordered a few dishes, and then his eyes couldn't help but look out the window. I came here in a hurry yesterday and was tired by the evening, so I went to bed early and didn't get to take a good look at Yonglin City. The city is still very lively, but compared with the last world, it always feels like something is missing. Lin Yicheng had stayed in the last world for quite a long time and had almost adapted to it. This time was not set in advance, mainly because Lin Yicheng was sleeping before and had just eaten. It's not a good idea to schedule your time too tightly. Lin Yicheng nodded when he heard this, but did not change the time. After seeing Jiang Yeyu reply to her superior, she looked at the other party's mobile phone. It had a metal shekel that looked somewhat heavy. Jiang Yeyu noticed Lin Yicheng's gaze and casually handed her phone over. Mr. Lin, I think it's been a long time since I saw such an old phone, right? When Lin Yicheng saw the mobile phone handed to him by the other party, he took it without hesitation, looked through it, and then opened some software in the phone to take a look. You people from the Dragon Country are too polite. How come you don't ask such an important question? Don't you want to know what level the other party's technology has reached? Don't you think about how much benefit this cooperation can bring to our country? Come on, let this reporter ask a question. After answering, the spokesperson turned and pointed to another person, indicating that it was his turn to ask a question. The reporter who was called stood up immediately after hearing this. He was a reporter from Eagle Country and had also received a signal from his leader. If your country reaches a cooperation agreement with the other party, are you ready to allow other countries to participate? Is this still happening? Lin Yicheng had never thought that he would be the cause of the tickets being sold out. Seeing Lin Yicheng's somewhat stunned look, Jiang Yeyu pursed her lips slightly. Mr. Lin, you still underestimate your influence. To be honest, Lin Yicheng's ability is indeed very powerful. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many reporters flocking to the event. Moreover, in the eyes of many people, if Lin Yicheng cooperates with any country on this planet, it would be easy for him to make this country's technology achieve a very large leap. Under such circumstances, who would dare to neglect Lin Yicheng? After just a moment's silent waiting, the reporters quieted down. If this had happened under normal circumstances, these reporters would not have been so chaotic, as if it were a vegetable market. This incident was really too shocking. After seeing that all the reporters had quieted down, the spokesperson pointed to a reporter he liked. This reporter is from a foreign country. It's not that he doesn't want reporters from his own country to ask questions, but his main purpose today is to deal with these people. With the idea of just dealing with the past and considering today's events as a complete success, there is naturally no need to care about my family. Well, if my girlfriend knew that I was drinking a cold drink here alone, she would be angry, especially if another girl bought it for me, which would be even worse. A few people nearby, who had just been chatting non-stop under the vast sky, were now shaking their heads and waving their hands. Hearing this, Zhu Jiani couldn't help but smile. She understood very well what these boys said. However, Zhu Jiani's eyes moved, and she looked at Lin Yicheng, who was standing beside her. Would you like something to drink? There was no indication in his words that Lin Yichen was single, but the meaning behind his words was very clear. They have just arrived in our civilization. Yesterday, we were just showing hospitality and did not discuss any cooperation. The spokesperson's expression was extremely calm when he said this. This is the truth. However, after hearing this, the reporters below felt that they were being fooled and did not believe what the other party said at all. But yesterday, he clearly stayed in your office building for the entire afternoon. How is it possible that you didn't talk about anything? Since you have been sent to Dragon Country as reporters, I think you have some understanding of our country's culture. Even if Lin Yichen was not bitten to death by these contaminated creatures, he would probably starve to death there. But if I bring this thing with me and collect the ticket, it might be difficult to go home. To be honest, he was a little homesick. I don't know how much time has passed in the real world. If I leave for too long, no one will call the police, right? Thinking of this, Lin Yichen couldn't help but look a little worried. After finishing the meal, seeing that Jiang Yayu and others had only finished half of their meal, Lin Yichen waited a little longer to digest his food. I felt a little full after eating, just now. Lin Yichen listened to the other party introduce themselves one by one and shook hands with each of them as a way of getting to know them. Everyone sat down immediately. Ko Chiming sat aside and asked Lin Yichen how he was living, whether he was having fun, and other topics. After livening up the atmosphere, Ko Chiming suddenly asked, "What do you think of our world?" Ko Chiming's words made the atmosphere in the conference room slightly colder. Lin Yichen's expression remained unchanged. Hearing this, he hesitated for a moment and then spoke. Except that the technology route seems a bit off, there's nothing else wrong. What he wanted to know was whether Longhua had such plans if a cooperation was reached. If the other party answers no, he or she will become the target of public criticism. You have to know that Longhua technology is just like that. If one really wants to eat all the food alone, can he do it? However, the spokesperson was too cunning. He knew exactly what he had done and simply avoided it. You didn't have lunch, did you? Don't you want to eat something? In the restaurant, Lin Yichen was sipping tea and enjoying delicious food when he noticed Jiang Yayu standing by his side. Lin Yichen felt that she probably hadn't eaten yet, so he immediately asked her to eat something as well. Lu Dong lost his composure at this moment and started to scroll through the screen of his mobile phone. He was eager to know more about this alien. Don't call him an alien. He said before that he just made a mistake when traveling through time. He came to our planet by accident and will leave soon. Seeing Lu Dong calling out like that, he could only open his mouth to explain. As he spoke, he also attached a short video clip that he had edited. While Lu Dong was watching the video, he heard the other party muttering that something went wrong during the time travel. He just felt a little numb. Some foreign media even urgently booked flights to Longhua at this time. For a while, it was hard to get a ticket to Yonglin City, and the price of the ticket increased several times. In addition to air tickets, even the train tickets have been sold out in advance. Many foreign media organizations have begun to publish articles one after another. Similarly, we are from the same planet and should support each other. As people from the same planet, we have the responsibility and ability to welcome people from another civilization. Such remarks were even used to accuse the Dragon Kingdom. I think it is extremely immoral for the other party to imprison people from another civilization. When she was chosen to be Lin Yichen's assistant yesterday, she was already extremely nervous. After all, the other party's identity is extraordinary. I rested well, otherwise I wouldn't have slept until noon. Lin Yichen nodded, looking very energetic. Seeing Lin Yicheng's answer, Jiang Yayu felt relieved. Then do you have any requests for lunch? If possible, several leaders would like to have a quick meal with you. Having said this, Jiang Yu looked at Lin Yicheng cautiously, fearing that she might say something wrong and anger Lin Yicheng. I won't have dinner with you. We can talk about it later if we have something to discuss. Why are they researching genetic medicine? I think the focus should be on developing technology. A group of people were discussing at once. Lin Yicheng sat aside and listened, but he didn't intend to interrupt. However, a few people were obviously very cheerful and took the initiative to speak when they saw Lin Yicheng remain silent. Dude, what do you think? But buddy, you do look like that time traveler. If you post a short video or something, you'll definitely be famous. The man sitting next to Lin Yicheng looked at Lin Yicheng's appearance carefully and couldn't help but exclaimed. He felt that the person in front of him was very similar to the time traveler, but he didn't think that he was really the same person. We need to see what conditions the other party has. As for whether we can cooperate with other countries, I think it is also included in these conditions. After the spokesperson finished speaking, he pointed to another person and asked him to stand up and ask questions. To be honest, the spokesperson thinks that this question of double standards is the easiest to answer. Anyway, it can be evaded with just one word. Anyway, the two parties have never agreed on cooperation. No matter how you ask, we just don't know. Faced with the spokesperson's answer, the reporter who asked the question just now was somewhat dissatisfied with the answer. After 3 rounds of drinks, seeing that the atmosphere was pretty good, Meng Qingyan carefully tried to start a conversation. Ask Lin Yicheng about tomorrow's press conference if there is anything he does not want to disclose to outsiders, and what information they will disclose about tomorrow's press conference. Let's see if Lin Yicheng can accept this information after it is made public. Also, their top leader will arrive tomorrow, and I hope to meet with Lin Yicheng then to see if Lin Yicheng has time to arrange it. He wanted to confirm things like this with Lin Yicheng. To be honest, Lin Yicheng didn't have any special requirements for what the other party would say at the press conference tomorrow. Thinking of this, she quickly looked at Lin Yicheng and explained, "Mr. Lin, that's not what I meant. It's okay. I used to think about this kind of thing. It's normal for you to have such thoughts." Zhang Yiyu heaved a sigh of relief when she heard Lin Yicheng's explanation. But then she was stunned for a moment. "Mr. Lin, have you ever had this thought before?" In her opinion, as a time traveler, the technology in Lin Yicheng's world should be extremely advanced. How could such an idea come about? Lin Yicheng sighed when he heard this. Technology is something that you can't easily see the end of. Lin Yicheng nodded when he heard this. He just found this matter somewhat interesting. After leaving the office building, Lin Yicheng followed the other party directly to a restaurant. Iron City is not Kyoto after all. I hope you can forgive me for the inadequacy of our hospitality. According to the standards, his hospitality was indeed a bit below standard. But this is just a quasi-first-tier city, and Meng Qingyan can't do anything about it. Lin Yicheng said nonchalantly, "It's okay. As long as the food here is special, it's worth a visit." Meng Qingyan's eyes lit up when he heard this. When he was chatting with Lin Yicheng before, he vaguely felt that the other party's civilization seemed to be almost the same as his own in terms of culture. So the other civilization is so good at playing. They can play with the flying machines so well. I really want to see what the civilization of their world is like. To be honest, I could see a little bit of the other civilization from him. I really want to be like him and go to other worlds to experience the charm of their civilization. At this moment, the people gathered below watched Lin Yicheng leave on the flying vehicle, but there was still a look of unfulfilled desire in his eyes. Some other people present at the scene, looking at the video they had just shot on their mobile phones, zoomed in and looked at it carefully, but they couldn't help but fall into silence. How can he understand the words on this aircraft? The others were also stunned after seeing this discovery. Yes, the words are the same. Maybe the other party translated it through some high-tech technology. But what's with this kind of text? Could it be that the other person really came from the future of their world, and then came to their present time and space? But this doesn't make sense. If this were the case, wouldn't this lead to something like the grandmother paradox? But the problem is, although the other party is not from the future of their time and space, after arriving in this world, the first thing he did was fly towards Dragon Country. If they remember correctly, the countries that cooperated with Eagle Country in researching genetic drugs have always been strictly guarding against Dragon Country. The spokesperson standing on the stage was already accustomed to such behavior from these reporters. Although these guys have repeatedly pushed his bottom line, he still has to maintain his composure. Otherwise, these guys will make a fuss about him in the future. First, we haven't reached a cooperation agreement with the other party yet, so we can't promise anything at this time. Secondly, if a cooperation intention is reached, it will first be between us and the other party. What kind of agreement did your country reach with him? Regarding this person from another planet, has your country communicated with him a long time ago? There are rumors that your country has imprisoned the other party. Is this true? At this time, voices of questions kept ringing, and cameras had already been set up not far away. Listening to these questions, the deputy in front of him was obviously well prepared. Everyone, regarding Mr. Lin, It is not convenient to give too many answers at the moment, but the imprisonment is completely false. You all must have seen Mr. Lin just now. No matter how you look at it, it doesn't look like we have imprisoned him. By the afternoon, the sun in the distance had gradually lost its scorching light. Although it was still hot, it was much better. Meng Qingan saw that the time was almost up and immediately said, "Mr. Lin, it's getting late. How about having a quick meal together first?" After hearing this, Lin Yiqing thought about it and realized that he was indeed hungry. Before, in the previous world, he didn't know if Nichiko would poison him or something, so he didn't dare to eat anything. It has been a long time since we got here. Okay. Lin Yiqing nodded. The two sides have been chatting up to now, and Meng Qingan has not mentioned anything about technology. If he brings it to his own world, he might not even be able to make a call. So at that time, Lin Yiqing did not choose to take an extra mobile phone with him when he left. Lin Yiqing talked about the details of the mobile phone in the previous world, and Zhang Yayu was stunned, seeing that the other party seemed quite interested and was waiting for the food to be served. Lin Yiqing simply said a few more words. I briefly explained the operating system installed on the phone, the software functions developed in that world, the chips inside the phone, and other things. The more Zhang Yayu listened to Lin Yiqing say this, the more excited her eyes became. When he came, Lin Yiqing did not see so many guards here. It seemed that they were temporarily transferred here. In fact, Meng Qingan already knew the situation outside. The people of his own dragon country were easy to deal with, but many of them were foreign reporters. In this case, it would be difficult to expel them directly. Seeing both parties coming out, the reporters were instantly excited and a lot of noise came towards them. Meng Qingan looked at this scene and glanced at his deputy beside him. The deputy immediately understood what was meant and stepped forward to deal with the reporters. After all, how could such a person just sit next to me so casually? Maybe they just look alike. If you ask me, of course, researching technology is the right path. It's not that genetic drugs and other things are not okay, but they shouldn't account for too large a proportion. Based on Lin Yiqing's current knowledge, this is what he thinks. However, whether his answer is correct or not may require him to make some other changes after broadening his horizons in the future. After all, Eagle Country is researching genetic medicines and actually wants to develop some extraordinary warriors. However, at present, it is still far from being able to withstand thermal weapons. Although I don't know how much I can take away, it's better to be prepared. When the faceplate in front of Lin Yiqing indicated that the battery was fully charged and the start and countdown buttons appeared, Lin Yiqing firmly grasped the supplies he needed. Then be gentle. The next moment, Lin Yiqing only saw a line of prompts displayed on the screen. Do you want to quantify the items you are carrying? You will need to pay 39% of your energy. Could it be that all these things I brought with me only require 39% of the energy? When Lin Yiqing saw this, he couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly, and then immediately clicked OK. To bring so much information, all you need is this energy, and it seems like this energy has no effect on your time travel at all. This is really great. Just as Lin Yiqing was thinking this, a siphon of energy appeared behind him. The next moment, Lin Yiqing disappeared in the room. Cough, cough, cough. Lin Yiqing only felt that the surroundings first darkened, and then became bright again. However, before Lin Yiqing could see what was happening around him, the wind blew all over the sky, filling Lin Yiqing's mouth with sand. Lin Yiqing covered his mouth and nose and looked around. All he saw was a yellow-orange color, making it difficult to tell the direction. It's giving me a headache to delete and reduce the content. The author also often reads other novels and exchanges ideas with other authors on how to write a good novel. For a novel, the most important thing is to write it so that everyone will like it. However, this is too difficult for the author. He can only try his best to make most readers like it. Otherwise, the author should also be a great author. Sometimes when I'm writing, I always feel that I really can't write anymore, and all I write is some nonsense. Now that I have opened a separate chapter, I would also like to mention the settings regarding time travel. After simply testing his arm strength, Lin Yiqing then walked to the treadmill and started jogging. Although with the flying machine, the possibility of running on foot will be much less in the future, but since we are already here, it is better to be more comprehensive. Protective gear is still necessary. If you don't have a gun, bring a knife for self-defense. Anyway, his current strength is considered good, and it is safer with a knife. Who knows what world he will go to next time? And then, bring some food? What if the world I go to is a wasteland and I die of hunger there? And do I need protective clothing? The things you carry with you will consume this energy. If he brought too many things with him, he would not be able to travel through time and space because he would not have enough energy. However, he still had no idea how much stuff he could take with him. Forget it. Just buy the right things first, and then we can talk about it when we travel through time. Lin Chen thought about it and decided to purchase the things after all. However, after Lin Chen had bought most of the things he wanted to buy, he looked back at his remaining balance and couldn't help but sigh. Are things so expensive now? He wondered why those countries were not getting along with each other and why they were unhappy with the Eagle country. Money must be spent to stop pollution, otherwise life will be difficult in the future. After writing the file, Lin Chen started thinking about another thing. Make money. After paying the rent, I only have about 6,000 yuan left, which is not enough to do anything. You have to make some money. With more secrets, I always feel unsafe living in a rental house. Thinking of this, Lin Chen couldn't help but look back at the aircraft placed aside. This thing has been tied to a personal identity, so other people can't use it. But Lin Chen was still a little worried when he went out. Where are the medicines? After finishing his workout, Lin Chen returned home and began to prepare to purchase a batch of supplies. The more things he referenced, the more things he felt he had to bring, which made Lin Chen frown. If you want to bring everything, you might as well find a warehouse and take it with you when you travel through time. If we go back to the ancient world and rely on the supplies in the warehouse, wouldn't we be very powerful? As soon as this thought popped up in his mind, Lin Chen shook his head and quickly put the idea behind him. After all, judging from his two experiences of time traveling does require energy. However, given his current situation, the friends he could make in Hangzhou were all quite limited. Therefore, Lin Chen is not too worried about this. The boss saw that Lin Chen was no longer willing to come back to work, so in the interest of parting ways amicably, he settled Lin Chen's salary for last month. The place where Lin Chen works is not very big, and there is no financial department. It is all done by the boss alone. Seeing that last month's salary had been received, Lin Chen couldn't help but frown. I opened my balance account and saw that the balance was 7,892.13 yuan. He was feeling a little lost in emotion. Suddenly, Lin Chen's cell phone vibrated slightly. When I looked again, it was a piece of news pushed by the app. Atomic scale chips are coming. The demonstration from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology in the United States showed that there has been a major breakthrough in the research of new atomic scale chips. This new type of chip is made by vapor phase deposition, making the chip smaller and more powerful. In the field of independent innovation and research and development, technologically advanced countries are already far ahead of the world. The worst that can happen is that you have to pay a little for the ticket. Lin Chen thought to himself as he continued writing and drawing, thinking about what supplies he should buy later. This will ensure that you can be better prepared for your next time traveling. The next day, Lin Chen came to the gym and started exercising directly with the equipment. During Lin Chen's attempt, he started to increase the weight of the barbell little by little. When Lin Chen added 240 kilograms, he began to feel that this weight was about right. Seeing the weight, Lin Chen felt a little disappointed. After a closer look, he saw that he originally had 2 bags full of supplies, but now there was only 1 bag left. Where are my supplies? Just 1 bag? Lin Chen was stunned when he saw this scene and hurriedly looked around. However, no matter how hard he looked, there was only this 1 bag of supplies, and the other one was the aircraft that he brought with him. I originally thought that if we brought all the supplies together, we would only need 39 energy. I didn't expect it to turn out like this. We only brought 1 bag of supplies. Lin Chen was a little disappointed. In order to bring more supplies, he carried almost no personal belongings with him, except for some protective gear and things like a cell phone. But there were still people exercising not far away. At first, the other party saw Lin Chen coming to work out, but seeing that there were no signs of exercise on Lin Chen's body, they didn't care so much. But after a moment, When he inadvertently saw that the barbell Lin Yicheng was holding had reached more than 200 pounds, his eyes widened instantly. This guy, who had no trace of exercise on his body, could lift more than 200 kilograms with ease. How could this be embarrassing for someone like him who stays in the gym all year round? Lin Yicheng was still exercising on his own at the moment, and didn't seem to pay any attention to the other people around him. In other words, Lin Yicheng felt that he could be bolder. After all, he still had the option of running away. But on Earth, he thought he should be more careful about everything. After all, he still had his parents and a few friends with whom he rarely contacted, but was very close. If I go to the next world, I'd better think about how to get my first pot of gold. Lin Yicheng thought for a moment, and finally decided to wait until the next world to see if there was any way to make money. Most readers have complained that the content is too watery, so I am revising the post today and trying to lay out some of the plot as quickly as possible. Lin Yicheng looked down at the news that suddenly appeared, and couldn't help but sigh at the other party's technological progress. His country was indeed a little behind in the area of semiconductor innovation, and to be honest, Lin Yicheng didn't understand these things. But it looks like I'll have to learn more about it in the future. Holding the mobile phone, taking a look at the comments under this news, you can still see a lot of remarks advocating licking one's boots. Then, the comments were filled with a lot of controversy, with some people lamenting that their chips were still at the low to mid-range while others had already begun to move towards more advanced chip research. On the one hand, it is because bringing such a thing across time and space will basically not help you, and if it is taken away by someone, it may even expose some of your information. Forget it, just one bag. Fortunately, when we distributed the supplies earlier, the supplies in the 2 bags were relatively evenly distributed. Lin Yicheng thought about it and had no choice but to accept it. I just don't know where this is. Could it be that we have really arrived in some wasteland? This resulted in a mouthful of sand, and Lin Yicheng was really confused about where this place was. I want to use a flying vehicle to see what is going on in this world. Lin Yicheng was jogging by the river, playing some of his favorite songs. While running, Lin Yicheng was also thinking about how to better enter this industry if he brought back some high tech in the future. Lin Yicheng feels that his current identity is somewhat sensitive, and he must be more low-key if possible. If he were to enter this industry directly with his original identity and attract some people's attention, it would inevitably lead to some people's secret investigation. If we find that he disappears every once in a while, it might cause some unnecessary trouble. Since it is not possible to do it yourself, the best thing is to find someone to block the bullet for you. Before Lin Yicheng put down his phone, another message popped up on it. The United States Starlink project will expand the satellite network to seize more space orbital resources. What day is today? Why are there news about that place one after another? Lin Yicheng couldn't help but touch his chin when watching this scene. But after all, seeing others develop so quickly really made him feel a little uncomfortable. But with my own abilities, these gaps should be able to be bridged quickly, Lin Yicheng thought to himself. After a short rest, Lin Yicheng continued his night run and returned home a few hours later. Although this level of physical fitness is already far beyond that of ordinary people, Lin Yicheng originally thought that this enhancer could be even more powerful. But perhaps it was because they themselves were not as good as Eagle Country in developing this enhancer, so this effect made Lin Yicheng a little disappointed. However, if he just works harder in training in the next few days, this number will be able to increase again. By then, his physical fitness will be greatly improved, which should be acceptable. Lin Yicheng is exercising here. There are not many people in the gym at this time. He saw that the other person had an oval face, willow-shaped eyebrows, and bright eyes, and his skin looked very fair. At first glance, she is a standard beauty with a curvy figure, extremely hot. However, even such a delicate beauty has a voice that doesn't match her personality at all. This made Lin Yicheng stunned for a moment after seeing the other person. It's just one of my toys. Lin Yicheng has seen quite a few beautiful women recently, and he quickly came to his senses just because the other person's voice didn't match his personality. Hearing Lin Yicheng's words, the woman in front of him couldn't help but lightly nodded her smooth chin. For a moment, I was speechless as if I had been silenced by Galen. I'm a time traveler, and I'm still so poor. This time traveler can't even last a day. Lin Ching looked at his balance and couldn't help but complain. I have to say that this balance treasure will have a name. It is called balance, not deposit. Less than 10,000 yuan. That's not a deposit. Lin Chin checked his phone and suddenly noticed that the landlord had urged him to pay the rent at the beginning of the month. He urged her several times afterwards. If it weren't for the fact that Lin Chin had never defaulted on the rent before, he would have been ready to forcibly terminate the lease. Everyone said that they could leave voluntarily before, but in the second world, they were forced to leave, so there must be something wrong with the settings. Well, this setting is probably like your cell phone running out of battery, reminding you that there is 1% battery left, and then it will shut down. But at this time, you can choose to shut down directly. The difference is that only when this critical value is reached can you choose to shut down, or wait for it to shut down automatically. It was not completed at first because the author felt that it would be more interesting if he wrote it out bit by bit, but it should be fine to write it out now. But if I take action, it will speed up the time of my departure. So what does that mean? Does this thing that I carry with me mean that I want to change the development process of this civilization, change some of the timelines of this civilization, or does it mean that I don't want to change it myself? Do you just want to be a passerby and watch the historical process of this civilization as an observer? Does this thing want to make you change the course of the world you live in, or not? After Lin Chin thought about it carefully, he was still a little puzzled. He didn't know whether the rules he had figured out were correct or not. Zhang Yiyu bit her lips lightly, feeling that letting Lin Chin leave like this seemed a bit too hasty. At the very least, this should be made known to some superiors in advance, right? However, Lin Ching didn't care about these etiquettes at all. These things are unnecessary. If I didn't have some connection with your world, I would rather leave quietly. As he spoke, Lin Ching's body was completely enveloped by energy. Amid the surge of energy, Lin Ching immediately disappeared in front of Jiang Yayu. What made Lin Ching happy was that this time he did not see the same prompt as last time. When Lin Ching thinks back on the first world, he still feels it was a bit dangerous. When he was leaving, he did mention the Dark Forest law to the other party, but he didn't know whether the other party put it into practice. If it is useful, it should be relatively safe in the short term. But over time, some accidents are likely to happen. If possible, I really don't want to go back to this world. However, the technology in this world is still extremely advanced. If I really have the opportunity to go back again, maybe I can get more advanced technology this time. Lin Chin thought about it, and then couldn't help but feel that if that world was not dangerous, he would be willing to go back. There were no green plants around, only sand. There wasn't even a trace of human civilization. As the sky gradually darkened, Lin Ching could only find a place to rest. Fortunately, his physical fitness has improved a lot now. Otherwise, carrying such a bag of supplies would probably weigh about 70 or 80 kilograms. With his previous physical fitness, it was already very good for him to carry such a heavy thing and walk for 10 minutes. He walked like this for most of the day. He would never have been able to do this in the past and would have collapsed from exhaustion. When Lin Chin packed up his things and prepared to rest, he took another look at the charging status. Hey, where are you getting off? If possible, I'd like to get off at Juling Street. He has no car or cell phone, so even if he were taken to Hangzhou, it would still take a long time to walk there, so he could only ask the other party to drop him off near his residence. Qi Mingfei nodded upon hearing this, and without saying anything else, she drove directly towards the navigation route. Both of them were silent in the car. When they finally arrived at their destination, Lin Ching looked at the familiar streets around him and felt relieved. Thank you so much. How about leaving your contact information? I'm afraid I've been fired a long time ago. I have to turn off the alarm. Lin Ching's alarm clock never changed, so when he heard it, he subconsciously thought it was time to go to work. What a hardworking worker. He has to train his own muscles to remember things. Lin Ching sat on the edge of the bed, rubbing his sleepy eyes, turned off the alarm on his phone, and then took a look at the phone and saw a lot of new messages. The person who sent the most messages was Lin Ching's boss, asking why Lin Ching didn't go to work. Seeing that Lin Ching did not reply, he asked a few more questions, with some concern in his words, asking if Lin Ching had any problem. In fact, if there were no aliens in this universe, it would be a very terrifying thing. Why? Jiang Yiyu felt a little strange. Wouldn't it be great if there were no aliens? After all, No one can judge whether aliens are good or bad, nor do we know what their technological civilization is like. If there were only this planet and this civilization, the pressure wouldn't be so great. According to current theoretical knowledge, the birth of life is attributed to coincidence because the various environments in ancient times happened to be suitable for the birth of life, and then life was born. In such a huge universe with so many galaxies, there is no other coincidence like this. And for such a person, you need to be able to trust him. As for seeing the future world and all the high tech there, after coming back, they do nothing. It seems unacceptable that I can just leave my hometown so backward. Besides, it would be embarrassing to go out later. How could your hometown, a time traveler's, be so backward? Just thinking about it doesn't make me feel good. Lin Yicheng stopped jogging and leaned on the railing in front of him, looking at the flashing neon lights on the buildings on the opposite bank. It was a little worse than the world in the crisis era. Ding dong. Lin Yicheng was looking at the other side of the river, thinking that he was in another world just a few days ago, but now he was back. Lin Yicheng took out his cell phone and transferred the rent of 1,350 yuan to the landlord. The balance subsequently fell again. After dealing with these things, Lin Yicheng finally had time to check his physical condition. I used a strengthening drug yesterday, but I don't know how effective it is. Thinking of this, Lin Yicheng immediately went to the bathroom to check carefully. You seem a little taller? Lin Yicheng had just walked in when he immediately noticed that his vision seemed to have become a little different. Then I looked at my body and found it was much stronger than before. Although he doesn't have chest or abdominal muscles that are visible at a glance, he does have a sense of strength in his body. The charge is about 1%, which is the charge level when he does not take any other actions. Thanks to a passing Dragon 2 for 100 points, I Am a Snail for 100 points, Ulysse for 500 points, and Fanhua Si Jin for 400 points. Lin Yicheng lives not in a residential complex, but in rows of residential buildings. However, these residential buildings are not messy, but are arranged very neatly and are extremely clean. When Lin Yicheng arrived at his residence, he took out his key and opened the door. Looking at the familiar bed and daily necessities in the room, he seemed to relax at this moment. Fortunately, he had the key to the room with him when he traveled through time before, otherwise it would have been troublesome. Lin Yicheng closed the door, threw the things in his hands aside, and lay heavily on the bed. Finally back. After a careful examination, Lin Yicheng confirmed that his physical strength had indeed increased a lot, which made him quite satisfied. After all, there is still some difference compared to the weak chicken before. However, the exact extent of the enhancement may require detailed testing to know. Lin Yicheng checked carefully and saw that it was already past 8 o'clock. He then took out his cell phone and called his parents to let them know that he was safe. Then Lin Yicheng changed his clothes and hurried downstairs to have a meal. It seemed as if all he had eaten yesterday was wasted. At this moment, Lin Yicheng was extremely hungry. I didn't buy anything. How come the money is gone? Lin Yicheng looked at his wallet and found that there was only over 4,500 yuan left. With such a small amount of money, I'm afraid it won't be enough to support me through the next month. I have to pay rent next month and eat this month. Well, I can barely survive the next month. Lin Yicheng calculated carefully and concluded that if there were no other unexpected events, this little money should be enough to sustain him until next month. By then, he will be homeless on the streets. For more than half a month, Lin Yicheng trained to improve his physical fitness while purchasing supplies. He had no idea what it was. After I got a brief understanding of it, I was surprised and happy for a moment. Originally, he thought that since Lin Yicheng was unable to provide any substantive cooperation, he would not have too many expectations. At most, it can help us avoid some detours in our technological development. But after hearing this, I realized that if they had avoided this detour, their progress in technological development would have been advanced by decades. If they were left to figure it out on their own, at least several decades of their time would be wasted. Sure enough, the feeling of having someone leading the way is completely different. It is impossible for there to be someone to provide food and drink every time, so you should always be prepared. In addition, Lin Yicheng was a little worried. What if I end up in the wasteland? Even if I have money with me, I won't be able to spend it. It would be even worse if there was nuclear radiation everywhere. Lin Yiqing wrote down the situations that he might encounter one by one, and then tried to find a way to compromise and bring some supplies that could be used in all these worlds. Since I can bring things with me when I come back, I should be able to bring supplies with me when I leave here. The breeze from the seawater only made him feel a little more refreshed. After making sure that the pollution had not yet affected this area, Lin Yiqing followed Jiang Yayu's arrangements and went to the beach to take a walk and see the night view here. Mr. Lin, what do the aliens in this universe look like? Jiang Yayu had more contact with Lin Yiqing in the past few days, and she felt more natural getting along with him. She was no longer shy when asked about certain things. As long as you don't ask sensitive questions, there's nothing wrong with that. What do aliens look like? Upon hearing this, Lin Yiqing couldn't help but recall the alien civilization in the previous world. After all, the sea area is so vast that maritime trade between them still accounts for a very large share. When the sea becomes seriously polluted and some Godzilla-like creatures emerge from the seabed, no large cruise ship will be able to stop them. If this is shipped by Air, Lin Yiqing thought about it. He still remembered that when he was on the North Nia Island, he seemed to have seen some huge mutated flying birds. When you think about it this way, the situation becomes even worse. We can't always send fighter jets to escort during air transport. Thinking of this, Lin Yiqing couldn't help but shake his head. Lin Yiqing was a little unsure whether he could return home this time. When I left my hometown to work in other cities, I didn't feel homesick at all. I probably thought it was easy to go home. But now it is too far away, which makes Lin Yiqing feel a little homesick. When it was almost noon, Lin Yiqing called Jiang Yayu and asked, "Can I take a few of the genetic drugs you were researching for research?" This was an idea that Lin Yiqing had already made up his mind a long time ago. The genetic medicine in the other world has the function of strengthening the human body, and Lin Yiqing is not physically strong, so it would be best if he could get a few doses. Having said that, after a few days of recharging, it seems that it is almost time to leave. However, you should not tell the other person when you are leaving for the time being. Just tell the other person when you are about to leave. In this way, some dangers can be avoided. Lin Yiqing was still a little worried that there might be spies on the other side. If they knew that he was leaving, they might get angry and take the risk to attack him. That would be troublesome. It's better to keep a low profile for now and just tell the other party when you leave. Another thing is that, through observations over the past few days, Lin Yiqing seems to have discovered that the charging of this thing seems to be related to his own behavior. Upon hearing this, Lin Yiqing couldn't help but look at the other person. Qi Mingfei was wearing shorts, revealing her long, straight legs. Her legs were white, round and round without any fat, and it looks like it is extremely powerful. Lin Yiqing took a look and then looked away. Lin Yiqing had no intention of refuting the other party's words. He was already past the age where he had to show off himself in front of women. Then he began to ask tentatively, "By the way, what day is it today?" "It's the 16th, right?" Upon hearing this, Qi Mingfei subconsciously glanced at her phone. Lin Yiqing took a look and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the date was July 16th. Lin Yiqing picked up the mobile phone beside him, but found that it was out of battery. After plugging in his phone to charge, Lin Yiqing wanted to have a good sleep. Perhaps because he was too excited, Lin Yiqing couldn't sleep. Lin Yiqing got up from the bed again, thought for a moment, and took out the medicine. The transparent liquid medicine comes with an auxiliary syringe and instructions for use. This made Lin Yiqing's eyes flicker as he watched this scene. According to what he knew, the potency of this medicine was quite good, and the effect after enhancement could be around 2 to 3 times stronger. Otherwise, if you need train tickets every time, how can you have fun? You won't be able to bring anything with you in the future. After Lin Yiqing finished his breakfast, he went straight to a nearby park to start his morning run. He wanted to test his endurance. When Lin Yiqing had run for half an hour and his breathing was still steady, his eyes became brighter. The enhanced effects seemed to be even more powerful than he had imagined. After jogging for more than half an hour in the morning, Lin Yiqing returned home, took a shower, and then walked to the computer in shorts to carefully review the 2 worlds he had experienced. In fact, he was thinking about holding a farewell ceremony when Lin Yiqing left. At the very least, they didn't let Lin Yicheng leave quietly like this, which made the host seem a little too indifferent and not enthusiastic enough. This also makes him a little worried that it will affect their future cooperation. I just confirmed it. The assistant next to Lin Yicheng said that he did not leave any other words. He just said he left and then disappeared in front of Assistant Jiang. I don't know what method he used, but he just disappeared like that. The subordinate at the side said with great certainty. But after thinking about it, I'm a little worried that there might be aliens in this world, so it's better to keep a low profile. Find out the situation first. You can't just fly everywhere. Lin Yicheng thought about it and realized that he couldn't clearly identify the surroundings at the moment, so he could only find a direction and grope forward. However, the season here should be the beginning of winter or spring, and Lin Yicheng still feels a little cold. But the sandstorm surrounding them made Lin Yicheng feel somewhat uncomfortable. After Lin Yicheng walked in one direction for most of the day with a compass, he still hadn't gotten out of the sandstorm. Then there is the main world. It may be boring at first, but it will become interesting as the plot unfolds and connections are made. Thanks to a passerby for giving me 100 points evening. After finishing his meal, Lin Yicheng found a gym near a university. The price was relatively cheap, and most importantly, he could get a monthly membership card. This satisfies Lin Yicheng's current financial situation. While the effect of the medicine is still there, Lin Yicheng needs to exercise more these days to bring out the full effect of the medicine. Nightfall. It is also the beginning of summer here on Earth, and the weather is still hot at night. After all, binding this thing is one thing, and allowing others to activate the program is another. It's like a mobile phone needs facial recognition to open, but the screen can be turned on without recognition. You still have to make money and have a house of your own to store the things you bring back in the future. Another thing is that he doesn't know when he will be able to come back after traveling through time. What if one day you come back late, and the landlord sees that you haven't paid the rent and opens the room to clean out your things? If there are miscellaneous things you brought back stored in the room, that would be a source of danger. According to Lin Yicheng's estimation, if this world is lucky, it will probably enter the Age of Dread next. However, it is still the Age of Crisis now. After the other party enters the Age of Dread, he will come back and update the name. As for 2138, it is the year he left. This is also a reminder to myself, so that I don't forget which year I left. Next is the Last World, a world where the path of climbing technology seems a little crooked. The technology tree is all focused on genetic drugs, but it turns out that this technology is pretty good. At least after Lin Yicheng was injected with half a tube of genetic enhancement drugs, he felt that his body was strengthened several times. Hiss. Lin Yicheng was breathing heavily. He didn't feel the pain he had imagined, but instead he felt as if his body couldn't bear the burden. It's like I'm starting to lose strength, yet I'm anxious to find something. Looking for something? Lin Yicheng subconsciously looked around, and after a moment, he saw the few instant noodles he had left. He quickly stood up, picked them up, and without even bothering to soak them, he tore open the package and started eating. Then he picked up the mineral water beside him and started drinking it. The sweat was puffing up more and more at this moment, and Lin Yicheng felt that his whole body was soaked. You have been here for less than half a month. When Zhang Yeyu heard that Lin Yicheng was leaving, she suddenly panicked and tried to persuade him to stay, hoping that he could stay a little longer. Seeing Zhang Yeyu like this, Lin Yicheng smiled and waved his hands. I have a lot of things to do, so it's inconvenient for me to stay longer, and I've already taught you some of the things I should teach you. My mission is accomplished. As Lin Yicheng spoke, he summoned the flying vehicle into his hands. The aircraft made a beautiful turn and then appeared in Lin Yicheng's hands. But we haven't treated you well yet, and you should have someone see you off before you leave. Ling Hongliang didn't have much time left, as other people from the military industry would be coming later. They had fought hard to get this afternoon time, and they couldn't meet until 3 o'clock. To be honest, he always comes in at the right time. As Ling Hongliang spoke, he took out his notes, looking like a model student about to attend class. Lin Yicheng listened carefully, and after the other party finished speaking, he looked a little hesitant. Why? You are not going to directly enter the field of controlled nuclear fusion energy? If you are planning to enter the field of nuclear fusion energy, you don't have to think about ordinary nuclear power plants, right? After replying to the other party, Lin Yicheng soon received a reply from his boss, asking Lin Yicheng whether he wanted to go back to work. There is still a shortage of staff there at the moment, so Lin Yicheng can go back to work. Lin Yicheng looked at the text message and politely rejected the other party. In his current condition, he really can't go back to work. Also, if possible, it's best to have no one around you. At the very least, it would be best if he waited a month or half a month before leaving so that no one would call the police. Otherwise, there might be some trouble when Lin Yicheng comes back. After carefully writing down some relevant information on the folder, the next step is to write the name. Well, let's just write genetic crisis. It will be more memorable this way, and it will also be faster to find the folder later. Thinking of this, Lin Yicheng immediately wrote Gene Crisis 2001 on his folder. The crisis here naturally refers to the leak accident on Northia Island. According to what Jiang Yeyu said when he was still in this world, the leak had already begun to cause large-scale pollution. If it is not dealt with, the entire sea area will be polluted and no one will be well affected. The destruction of the enemy's Sentinel spaceship also led to the capture of the alien inside, so Lin Yicheng had seen the alien before. After thinking carefully about the alien's appearance, Lin Yicheng said, "It's just like that, the same carbon-based life form. But there should be some non-carbon-based organisms out there, I just haven't seen any yet." Lin Yicheng answered casually, but Jiang Yayu was stunned. "Are there really aliens? What, you think there are no aliens?" Jiang Yayu's reaction made Lin Yicheng a little strange. He turned around and asked. After seeing Jiang Yayu shaking her head, he said with some emotion, "Perhaps because of the drugs, Lin Yicheng seemed to be able to feel that his body was constantly generating energy when he was running at night." After returning home, Lin Yicheng did not rush to rest, but began to read some information. "I don't know where I will go next time, or which world I will go to. So according to Lin Yicheng's idea, it is best to make sufficient preparations. It's a pity that he is short of money. Otherwise, he could use this time to learn close combat. Another point is whether you should bring some money with you when you travel through time this time. After all, who knows what kind of world you will travel to next time. After strengthening, this effect can be further enhanced after a period of training. Try it?" Lin Yicheng stared at the reagent in front of him with a hint of anticipation in his eyes. After a brief hesitation, Lin Yicheng picked up the test reagent and injected it directly into his arm according to the instructions. After half of the tube of medicine was injected into the body, Lin Yicheng quickly put the test reagent aside and carefully felt the changes in his body. After a while, Lin Yicheng began to feel himself sweating and his heartbeat started to accelerate. The heartbeat that was previously inaudible began to be amplified at this moment, and the thumping sound was like the sound of a drum. If you want to train, why not get a gym membership? It's quite expensive these days, but gyms near universities are relatively cheaper. Lin Yicheng was thinking about this while eating buns and drinking soy milk. "I don't have much money, so I have to spend it sparingly. Another thing is that I don't know what kind of world I will experience in the future, so I have to find a way to protect my own safety." Another point is that it seems that after collecting a ticket once for the items he brought with him when traveling, it seems that he will not be charged for tickets again in the future. This seems to be good news for Lin Yicheng. When Lin Yicheng heard this, he fell silent. No wonder the creatures on the island had mutated before. He had no idea what they were. However, Lin Yicheng's face changed when he thought of another question. Then there is no radiation on the North Nia Island, right? According to our investigation, there is no radiation on the island. But to make sure there is no problem, I have requested a doctor to come and check it out. After a while, with a somewhat nervous mood, Lin Yicheng cooperated with the doctor who came and did a detailed examination, and then checked it with instruments. After confirming that there was no problem at all, Lin Yicheng breathed a sigh of relief. "I'd like to treat you to a meal someday to express my gratitude." Lin Yicheng got out of the car with his things and looked at Qi Mengfei in front of him with a serious face. Qi Mengfei waved her hands nonchalantly upon hearing this. "It's just a simple gesture. No need to treat me to a meal." After saying this, he stepped on the accelerator and drove away. Seeing the other party leave so elegantly, Lin Yicheng couldn't help but laugh. He really wanted to thank the other party, but since the other party didn't have this intention, forget it. Thanks to my book friend, Dingding's Hayao, for the 100-point reward walking through the streets. Lin Yiqing could be said to be extremely familiar with the layout of the streets. By the time Lin Yiqing had almost finished his instant noodles, he was already starting to feel weak. Although his whole body was covered in sweat, Lin Yiqing still forced himself to stay awake. He took a shower before lying down on the bed and falling asleep. Ding, 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 ding. The alarm rang quickly, causing Lin Yiqing to open his eyes subconsciously. Oh no, I have to go to work. Out of habit, Lin Yiqing quickly grabbed the clothes beside him and was about to put them on, but after a moment Lin Yiqing was stunned. What are you thinking about? I haven't been to work for more than half a month. Any high technology is first developed for military purposes, and I think it is the same in every world. Hello, it's an honor to meet you. The person next to me is Academician Ling Xiaojiang and Academician Ling Hongliang. As the other party introduced themselves, Lin Yiqing couldn't help but glance at the two people beside him subconsciously. He was startled to see that there was some similarity between their brows. You are brothers? It's Tangs, but it's the same. Ling Xiaojiang smiled and nodded when he heard this. When Lin Yiqing heard this, he couldn't help but show a sigh of amazement on his face. The road ahead is long. The next few days, several people would come to Lin Yiqing's residence at a fixed time every day, and then leave mysteriously. The only difference is that when these people leave, they all have a box handcuffed on their wrists. It is obvious that the contents of these boxes are extremely confidential. Some people who were secretly waiting outside took these photos and passed the relevant information back. But they wanted to know more about what was inside these boxes, but they couldn't do it no matter what. During these few days, the outside world began to make a fuss about the Northia Island incident. After that, apart from some spam text messages, I didn't see any other messages. Others are information pushed by apps, such as who has entered the cutting machine in the entertainment circle or who has had their reputation ruined. Although Lin Yiqing said that he didn't want to care about these things, the app liked to push these messages. Holding the mobile phone in his hand, Lin Yiqing quickly typed a few lines. I'm sorry, boss. Something happened recently, and I haven't had time to talk about it. But it's over now. Thank you for your concern. Lin Yiqing's boss is a very nice person, and he is not too harsh on weekdays. At the very least, we have a good relationship with each other in that world. I don't know if I can go back yet, so I'd better record some knowledge about controlled nuclear fusion first, so that I won't forget it later. Thinking of this, Lin Yiqing started to create folders on his computer and then began to write down everything in his mind. This will prevent you from forgetting it later. Then I wrote down the history and some important events, and that would be almost complete. This should be a separate folder. As for the name, looking at the folder, Lin Yiqing thought it would be better to give it a name. So after a little thought, he wrote down Crisis Chronicle 2138. If you just act like a passerby and do nothing, the charging will become extremely slow, but if you do something, the charging will speed up. For example, in the previous world, after Lin Yiqing purchased the aircraft, he estimated that he only had 1 day to leave. But later, after Lin Yiqing revealed the Dark Forest Law, the charging progress was accelerated and he was able to leave early. Recalling what happened in the past few days, Lin Yiqing felt that he seemed to have found a way to recharge quickly. However, after Lin Yiqing thought about it carefully, he frowned unconsciously. If one day I came to a civilization that was about to die, and I happened to have the ability to help. Jiang Yu listened to this and thought about it, and felt the same way. However, in her opinion, Lin Yiqing cannot solve the problem by himself. But if he has the support of the civilization behind him, solving this problem will be easy. After all, it was just a small disaster caused by a backward civilization. In front of such an advanced civilization, it should not be worth mentioning. Lin Yiqing didn't know what Jiang Yayu was thinking. He just glanced at the screen in front of him, looking at the charging progress and calculating how long it would take before he could travel through time again. After tinkering around with his flying device behind the other car for a while, Lin Yiqing reluctantly put it down. However, as a result, Lin Yiqing was unable to sit in the back seat. Just sit in the passenger seat. The woman sitting in the driver's seat looked at this scene and said something in a hoarse voice. Lin Yiqing felt a little embarrassed when he heard this, and before he could say anything, he heard the other party continue to say, "What are you doing? You're being so hesitant like a woman." These words immediately blocked Lin Yiqing's words. Lin Yicheng sat in the passenger seat and saw the car start. Something unexpected happened. I wonder which city is nearby. Lin Yicheng shook his head, wanted to get closer to talk to the other person, and felt that the light was a bit dazzling. But thinking that it was late at night and I was alone here, I was afraid of causing the other party to have some bad thoughts, so I just stood there and asked, "It's about 30 kilometers ahead, and that's Hangzhou." I say, "Brother, are you being bullied?" The driver spoke in a very tough tone, calling Big Brother all the time. His rough voice made Lin Yicheng subconsciously feel that the other person might be quite tough. The Eagle country secretly instigated several other brothers, saying that this matter is difficult to resolve, and the best way is to let you come forward to resolve it, so that no one will spend money or anything. Lin Yicheng was so angry that he laughed. That's a really good idea. As he spoke, Lin Yicheng lay down and drank a cold drink beside him, and the anger that had just been aroused was suppressed. With such a character, it would be weird if Lin Yicheng cooperated with the other party. If someone brings up this kind of plan, have your representative say directly that he doesn't have the ability to solve this problem. Seeing the car stop, Lin Yicheng suddenly had an idea and wanted to go forward and ask for directions. Before Lin Yicheng could move forward, the driver of the car stuck his head out and spoke to Lin Yicheng. "Brother, what are you doing in the middle of nowhere at night? I almost want to see my wife just now." Facing the headlights, Lin Yicheng couldn't see the driver clearly, but he could tell from the voice that it was a woman. Lin Yicheng was a little surprised that the person who drove out at such a late hour was a woman. But judging from her accent, she should be a woman from the north. Have I come to the north? They are very clear about the safety of controlled nuclear fusion. The conditions required to achieve fusion, at present, are high temperature and high pressure. And when fusion is produced under these conditions, there is no need to worry about safety issues at all. Because once a problem occurs, the conditions for achieving fusion will also be affected, thereby directly interrupting the fusion reaction. And most importantly, the materials needed for fusion are inexhaustible. Just like leeks, no one dislikes them, except leeks even if they are harvested over and over again. Plus, the energy is clean and there is no need to worry about pollution, which is even better. To be honest, Lin Yicheng was indeed quite curious. How did life form in ancient times? It couldn't be that aliens just scattered something and then life was born, right? But if I really go there, it seems to be quite fatal. After all, the environment on the planet. To be honest, Lin Yicheng was indeed quite curious. How did life form in ancient times? It couldn't be that aliens just scattered something and then life was born, right? But if I really go there, it seems to be quite fatal. After all, the environment on the planet at that time was extremely harsh, and it was unclear whether I could survive. Thinking of this, the two people were strangers, and the car seemed a little quiet for a while. Lin Yicheng glanced at the woman next to him and joked, "You are really brave. You drove out alone at this late hour, and you dared to bring a strange man with you." Lin Yicheng originally wanted to change the topic to avoid the awkward atmosphere in the car, but he didn't expect Qi Mengfei to glance at Lin Yicheng with disdain after hearing his words. If you were a skinny man like you, I will chop you up as many times as you want." "I, Qi Mengfei, am not afraid of you." Qi Mengfei was extremely tough when she said this. This also means that Lin Yicheng no longer needs a ticket this time, as he brings his flying device. You do need a ticket to carry the medicine you bring with you, but the cost of the ticket can be ignored. What? The person left? Witnessing Lin Yicheng's departure, Jiang Yeyu was stunned for a moment. After confirming that Lin Yicheng had indeed left, she quickly reported the matter. Kachiming and others who were originally in a meeting immediately suspended the meeting after receiving the news, and then quickly understood what had just happened. "No more words? Are you just leaving like this?" After listening to his subordinate recounting the whole story, Kachiming asked again. "We're all confidential. But in the 21st century, this information can be easily found as long as you want to look it up." So at that time, when Lin Yicheng went to learn about it, he did write down some important knowledge about nuclear fusion. At that time, Lin Yicheng thought that even if he couldn't take anything else with him, it would be good to at least take some knowledge with him. In the world at that time, the tokamak device had been proven to be a device that could achieve practical controlled nuclear fusion. Ling Hongliang and a few others sat aside, listening attentively. The more they listened to Lin Yichen's words, the more something sparkled in their eyes. What? Ling Hongliang and a few others looked at Lin Yicheng with bated breath, waiting for him to explain some relevant knowledge, but they were caught off guard when they heard Lin Yicheng's words. At this moment, several people showed expressions of shock, joy, disbelief, etc. Such a complex expression only passed through his mind in an instant. Mr. Lin, do you mean to teach us directly how to build a controlled nuclear fusion power station? At this moment, Ling Hongliang widened his eyes and stared at Lin Yicheng, his chest heaving. No, I can't teach you this. I only told you some related theories and the configuration of the device. Unlike them, who are still trapped on this planet working 996, working themselves to death, how can there be any romance between them? Wander around other planets, experience the differences in civilizations and cultures, and feel the exotic customs. Lin Yicheng didn't know what Jiang Yayu was thinking. If he knew that she imagined herself traveling through time and space, he would probably remain silent. The events of the previous world are still fresh in our memory, and two civilizations are matched together for a gladiatorial fight. He was almost kicked out first in this match, so there was no romance at all. Do you think it is possible? With such a huge number of coincidences, coincidences are not just coincidences, but inevitable. But in this case, there are still no aliens, so it is very likely that the people on this planet may be experiments of an advanced civilization, and there is an advanced civilization watching every move of the civilization. When Lin Yicheng said this, he couldn't help but look at Jiang Yayu again. So, do you think it's more terrifying without aliens? Jiang Yayu couldn't help swallowing when she heard this, and nodded with a somewhat wooden expression. This explanation seemed really terrifying. Judging from the time, only half a month has passed since he traveled through time and left. If that's the case, it shouldn't be a big problem. But probably, he was fired by the company. After all, I have been absent from work for so long for no reason. As for your parents, you don't have to worry too much. Lin Yicheng and his parents basically only contact each other once a month, and it hasn't even been a month yet. As for other relatives and friends, there is no need to worry. Lin Yicheng sometimes felt that he might die suddenly in his rental house one day, and unless his body stinked and someone called the police, no one would have discovered it. The guys who researched this are absolutely crazy. They put radioactive materials into the medicine. I'm ashamed of them. When Lin Yicheng thought of this, he couldn't help but feel a toothache. Have you figured out how to solve this? What will the other side say when Eagle Country does something like this? Lin Yicheng lay down again. He had been thinking about going out for some seafood tonight, but now he decided to forget about it. Don't put yourself in danger just for the sake of a little gossip. At most, we can just criticize them. There is nothing else we can do. They are now the most powerful country on the planet, and there is nothing we can do. In particular, he was very excited by some of the theories and development directions given by the other party. Perhaps, among many leaders, he will be the one who will be remembered by the world in the future. The people of the Dragon Kingdom in the future will know that it was during his reign that the Dragon Kingdom began to return to the top of the world. Even it went beyond the blue planet. Thinking of this in his mind, Kachiming became so excited that his face turned red. After calming down, he immediately started to make arrangements. He doesn't have much time left. He must accomplish something within this short period of time. As long as Jiang Yayu didn't lie or omit anything, there would be no problem on his side. Listening to the report from his subordinates, Kachiming sat aside and thought for a while, wondering if there was anything on his part that made Lin Yicheng feel dissatisfied. Only after I was sure that there should be no problem did I breathe a sigh of relief. Then he asked about the situations of various engineering academies. These engineering academies had all gone to Lin Yicheng to learn from him in the past. I heard that they all came back with smiles on their faces, having gained a lot of good things. Ah, no problem. Please wait a moment. Jiang Yayu nodded immediately after hearing this, and then made a phone call. In less than half an hour, a small suitcase was delivered to him. When the suitcase was opened, a pill was revealed inside. This is the TY008 drug, our latest research and development. The medicine placed in front of Lin Yicheng did not show any special color and looked extremely pure at first glance. Seeing this, Lin Yiqing nodded, put the medicine away, and then spoke. I'm leaving now. Looking at Jiang Yeyu in front of him, Lin Yiqing no longer concealed the matter. Mr. Lin, are you leaving now? No, it's just that I had an accident. Could you give me a ride? As Lin Yiqing spoke, he felt a little relieved. Isn't Hangzhou the city where he works? I should be back on Earth by now, right? I just don't know what month and date it is now. Get in the car. After hearing what Lin Yiqing said, the other party did not refuse, but shouted loudly. When Lin Yiqing got closer, the driver's voice sounded again. Brother, what are you holding? It's so long and thick. Lin Yiqing had already walked to the front of the car, and with the help of the light, he finally saw the other person's appearance clearly. With your level of civilization, Mr. Lin, you still can't know the origin of life? Jiang Yeyu asked with some curiosity. In her opinion, Lin Yiqing's civilization and technology are already the top of her knowledge. With such technology, can't they explore the origin of life? Lin Yiqing fell silent for a moment after hearing this. The origin of life? Perhaps this thing in him also wants to take him to see the origin of life. Or maybe this thing has some other purpose. The time since he got this thing was so short that Lin Yiqing still couldn't figure out what the purpose of this thing was. I don't know yet, but I think we'll know in the future. He would observe them carefully next time he arrived in another world. The wind is a bit strong at the seaside. Various neon lights have been turned on some buildings built on the seaside. Under the bright lights, the city looks very prosperous. After taking a walk on the beach and eating some snacks on the street, Lin Yiqing went back with Jiang Yeyu. 5 more days of this leisurely life passed, and Lin Yiqing had almost taught everything he could. Look again, and you will see that the charging is complete. Lin Yiqing looked at this scene, feeling happy yet a little nervous. I am happy that I can start my next time traveling right away, but I am also nervous. Lin Yiqing guessed that the other party was trying to use some kind of provocation or moral blackmail to see if he could resolve the issue. If the problem can be solved, there will be no loss for Eagle Country. On the contrary, it will just be someone who can clean up the mess. Otherwise, seeing that he doesn't take any action to resolve the problem, or doesn't have the ability to do so, they might take the opportunity to discredit him. However, Lin Yiqing didn't want to care about this matter. He was just a passerby in this world. Even if I come back later, I will still be a passerby. There will be no such thing as cleaning up the mess for others today, and there will be no such thing in the future. This was equivalent to having 2 academicians in one family. Moreover, being able to see him here shows that he is still one of the top academicians. This is not to say that Lin Yiqing thinks he is so great. It's just that the Dragon Kingdom here values him very much, and those who can be sent to contact him must have a high status. For example, Lin Yiqing has never seen the Yonglin city secretary whom he met before. It seems like your family has very strong genes. Lin Yiqing sighed and said that genes were also studied in the last world, and Lin Yiqing had a brief understanding of it. Some people do have better genes. Listening to the other party's explanation, Lin Yiqing still found it a little unconvincing. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Do you believe in such a survey?" Xiao was somewhat at a loss when asked by Lin Yiqing. She frowned slightly and said, "My colleagues are all professionals." There was neither denial nor acknowledgement in the words, but the meaning was clear. The results of her colleague's investigation should be trustworthy. Lin Yiqing didn't say much after hearing this. Seeing this, Meng Yujun suddenly asked, "Do you think that this time an alien civilization attacked you?" "But why?" However, just when Lin Yiqing was a little dazed, the heads-up display on the aircraft showed red letters the next moment. Impact warning. Next to the lettering, sketch a sketch of the object it is about to hit. Lin Yiqing glanced at it, and when he saw the sketch, a look of disbelief suddenly appeared in his eyes. How is it possible? At this moment, in his sight, the object that was about to hit was a skyscraper. The question is, how is this possible? Lin Yiqing looked straight ahead and saw a tall building covered entirely with glass that reached into the sky. The aircraft under my feet also quickly slowed down at this moment. Well, there's nothing else for me to do next, so I'm going to leave now. Lin Yiqing discovered at this moment that the charging of the boss next to him was complete, which made Lin Yiqing impatient to leave. The main concern is whether this alien civilization will come back and take revenge on us. In the car accident just now, if Xiaoya hadn't reacted quickly, Lin Yiqing would have been in trouble. Thinking of this, Lin Yiqing naturally didn't dare to stay here any longer and wanted to leave as soon as possible. Goodbye? But this base is still safer for now. Hearing Lin Yiqing's words, Xiaoya was stunned for a moment, then subconsciously advised him. But what we do know is that no matter how powerful these genetic drugs are, they still obey the laws of physics. You can't just fly up into the sky without being affected by gravity. What's more, the person in the video just now seems to be a yellow person. The xenophobia in Eagle Country is well known to the world. Even if there are any ready-made genetic drugs, they will not be allowed to use them. Quick, aim and lock the drone's camera angle. Although she didn't know what happened, the reporter knew at this moment that she had probably uncovered a big piece of news. Not daring to delay, she quickly asked to aim the camera and make sure to capture every trace of the person just now. And how can you guarantee that the other party will think that you are a friendly civilization? How can you guarantee that the other civilization will not attack your civilization? Once the chain of suspicion is formed, there is no solution. Only the civilization that fires first can survive. Are you sure you want to put down your gun? Lin Yiqing's words immediately made the entire conference room fall silent, and everyone sat in their seats with pale faces. At this moment, they have already thought of what Lin Yiqing wanted to say, which is the method to save Blue Star. Intimidation, the chain of suspicion the other party mentioned, made them feel terrified. But when I looked up, I could see the blue sky, which was quite clear. It's really strange. Why do I feel like the clouds around me are starting to get a little cloudy? When flying over the sea before, Lin Yiqing climbed directly above the clouds, wanting to see the scenery above the clouds. To be honest, the clouds we saw at that time were pure white, but now the clouds we see are a little more cloudy. In this situation, I don't know if he saw it wrong or it was just an illusion. Forget it, let's look down. We kept flying above the clouds, and all we could see were clouds, with the sun still hanging straight in the sky in the distance. Seeing that Lin Yiqing was determined to leave, everyone had no choice but to follow him as a farewell. Have you guys agreed? Meng Yujun was still looking around inside the base. When he turned around, he saw Lin Yiqing walking towards him, and a strange look appeared on his face. Normally, a meeting like this would last an unusually long time, but based on the time she just calculated, it didn't seem particularly long. Yes, it's settled. I came here to say goodbye to you. I'm leaving now. Lin Yiqing nodded gently, with a hint of farewell on his face. The other person can be considered as one's friend in this world, but now we have to say goodbye. This situation made them even more alert. The warship was still some distance away from Earth, and any unknown factor could lead to the mission's failure. But now that the warship had reached this point, and their intentions had been discovered by the enemy, there was no turning back. The resources on the warship were also insufficient for a return trip. The information is too limited. The central brain cannot provide an accurate analysis. The lieutenant handed over the latest intelligence report. Seeing this, the commander's expression darkened. Unlike the humans on Earth, the people of this alien civilization were relatively short, with none of them exceeding a meter in height due to the high gravity on their planet. But just because Blue Planet doesn't know doesn't mean other civilizations don't know. Once the location of the Blue Planet is broadcast to the universe, a civilization will be able to find the location of the other civilization directly based on this communication. At this moment, Safin's light flashed red. What the other party knew was no less than its civilization. Originally, its civilization was not worried that the people of this planet would know about the Dark Forest Law, because the other party had no coordinates. And how could the people on this planet know that other civilizations would capture stellar-level communications? Don't turn around and find nothing to eat. That would be troublesome. Lin Yiqing exerted a little force with his feet, which was equivalent to stepping on the accelerator, and the flying sword immediately broke through the clouds and rushed forward. At this moment, Lin Yiqing didn't know that his every move had already been seen by everyone. Satellites in outer space also locked onto him at this time. What's going on? Who is this man, and how did he appear from the island of North Nia? And what is this thing under his feet? At this moment, The top leaders of Dragon Country had already convened an emergency meeting. In just a moment, the platform where the live broadcast was being watched was in chaos, and everyone was confused about what had just happened. It can't be that the people on the island used genetic drugs and evolved into this appearance, right? In recent times, a lot of analysis on genetic drugs has been done in China. This kind of thing can basically turn a person into a character in an Eagle Country hero movie, with the body being greatly strengthened. But at the moment, we are still not completely sure about the side effects. Of course, it is also possible that Eagle Country has already developed genetic drugs without side effects, but the outside world cannot know the details. But that doesn't seem possible. Given Earth's technology, they were on completely different levels from the aliens, so why would the aliens fear them? Thinking this, Meng Yujun looked up at Lin Yicheng, only to see him shrug. I don't know. As he spoke, Lin Yicheng began to eat. Seeing this, Meng Yujun could only follow suit and start eating. Meanwhile, on the other side, the think tank watching Lin Yicheng's every move through cameras was analyzing the meaning behind his words. They believed Lin Yicheng might be giving them some hints, but it seemed there were some things Lin Yicheng couldn't say directly. Lin, what is the Dark Forest Law? As this question was asked, Tomoko became even more anxious. We are very sincere and would like to have a talk with you. Please agree. The content on the subtitles changed again, and this time it was Tomoko's turn to be anxious. Seeing this, Lin Yicheng sneered. Sincerity? You mean sincerity means creating an accident and wanting me to die in a car accident? This was an error in our decision-making, and we are willing to compensate. In response to Lin Yicheng's question, Tomoko did not deny it, but apologized very sincerely. It's a pity that Lin Yicheng doesn't need such an apology at all. Looking at the live broadcast coming back from the satellite, their brows were wrinkled into a chan shape. Originally, they were already feeling troubled because of the advanced research on genetic drugs by the guys in Eagle Country. And now the leakage of genetic drugs has made many countries feel uneasy. After all, it is still unclear whether this genetic drug has any side effects on humans. Especially now that the sea has been polluted, it will sooner or later affect their dragon country. This matter has not been resolved yet, and another special situation has arisen, making everyone feel extremely troubled. If you really wanted to take action, why didn't you do it before? Why did you wait until now? As for Lin Yicheng, Meng Yujun feels that he is still trustworthy. Maybe it's because I haven't done anything out of the ordinary before. Lin Yicheng sighed, then said to Xiaoya, ask your superiors to come over. I have something to discuss with them. Xiaoya was startled when she heard that, then nodded suddenly and went to inform them in a hurry. She had a hunch that what Lin Yicheng was going to say this time might be related to alien civilization. Half an hour later, a dozen middle-aged men with serious faces came to this safe base and met Lin Yicheng in a conference room. They said that not only was there a text of our country on the aircraft, but it was also flying towards us. After hearing this, everyone in the conference room couldn't help but froze in surprise. What was going on with that flying machine? Do they know what was going on? They don't even know what's going on. Hey, Mr. Zhao, this isn't something that was developed by your department, is it? At this moment, a minister nearby became suspicious that some secrets of some departments in his country were usually kept confidential by their own people. This attracted the attention of the others nearby. This time, they didn't know whether to be happy or sad. According to their satellite surveillance, just now, they found that the reason why the other party was able to fly was entirely because of the aircraft under their feet. With the filming of their satellite, many details of the aircraft under the opponent's feet were captured completely, especially the sword body, which was originally transparent. So, they can clearly see through filming that the internal structure is some electronic components and other miscellaneous things. Considering their current level of technology, it is somewhat difficult to analyze the function of the things inside. When searching for a planet to crash land on, they discovered this planet accidentally. And since the Sentinel spaceship has started to shake, it must report the coordinates here to the mother planet. Otherwise, the mother planet will not be able to find this place. Even communications at this level can be captured by other civilizations. Once the information is too detailed, it is equivalent to directly broadcasting the coordinates of this place to other civilizations in the universe, which will lead to attacks. So, when reporting the coordinates here, you use the position of your home planet as the origin. We are leaving now. When Meng Yujun heard this, there was a hint of loss in his eyes. It was inevitable to feel sad when parting. When will you come back? There's a chance. Lin Yicheng looked at the time, and it was almost time, so he waved goodbye to the other party. Then he waved to the people behind him and said, "That's all. I'm leaving now. Good luck to you all." As soon as the words fell, a wave of energy suddenly surged around Lin Yicheng, enveloping Lin Yicheng and the aircraft next to him. And a line of prompts appeared in front of Lin Yicheng. Should we use 15% of our energy to carry only a limited amount of belongings? No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't keep up. The gap made him feel powerless. Darn, doesn't this guy have to take any overload at all? I didn't feel that the other party was wearing anti-gravity suits or something like that. In the temporary command room, everyone looked at the small light dot of Zeus on the radar, and then looked at the light dot behind them representing their own fighter planes, and they couldn't help but fall silent. The atmosphere seemed a bit depressing. If we keep flying like this, they will soon reach Yonglin City. Someone at the side said something with a serious expression. However, if this is not the Earth, it means that the probability of Lin Yicheng wanting to return to the main world at any time does not seem to be particularly high. This made Lin Yicheng a little worried, hoping that he would never be able to go back. Well, please rest assured, leaders of your country, I just had a problem. It won't cause any trouble to you. I will leave when the time is up. It will take some time to charge, so it seems we can only stay here for the time being. In this case, it is better to make things clear to the other party. It's okay. You can stay longer if you want. Hearing Lin Yicheng say this, Meng Qinggong quickly spoke up, and then a huge stone in his heart fell off at this moment. If other civilizations intercepted this message, they would be confused because the communication only said my location and distance from you, and the information was too incomplete. In this way, it is impossible to know the specific locations of the two civilizations, and there is naturally no way to attack them. So, as long as we broadcast our location to the universe, the other party's location will be exposed. Is that what you mean? The middle-aged man at the side came to his senses at this moment. In fact, the positions of both parties had been determined, but relatively speaking, Lan Xing did not know it. Note, the energy is less than 99%, and the return anchor point cannot be determined. Lin Yicheng had already subconsciously clicked the OK button at this moment. After seeing the prompt clearly, he was stunned for a moment. What does it mean? The return anchor point cannot be determined. Does that mean there is no way to return to the Earth? Is that what you mean? Before Lin Yicheng could think about it, he disappeared in front of Meng Yujun and others the next moment. Meng Yujun stood aside and wanted to ask Lin Yicheng how to leave, but before he could ask, he saw Lin Yicheng disappear in front of him. It's really enviable. When will our technology be able to reach this level? This is more than backward. I just looked at it for a long time, but I didn't see where the energy supply comes from. It's just such a small volume, and it still needs energy to be carried inside. And the volume of this energy supply can't be that large. Just imagine how terrifying it is. Hey, the most important thing is this thing flew here from North Nia Island. According to the time and distance, it flew all the way here at supersonic speed, so the energy output must not be low at all. As soon as these words were spoken, the people nearby also thought of this and immediately exclaimed in surprise. It can maintain supersonic cruise all the time, and the energy supply is in a tiny little thing inside that thing, probably no bigger than a fist. It's incredible to think about how terrifying it is and how high the technological content is. When they looked up again, they saw that the other party was already far away on the flying vehicle. It was impossible for them to catch up with him. After all, the traffic was still a bit congested at the moment. At this time, a group of people quickly took out the videos they had just shot and posted them directly in their own groups. They want to tell others that aliens have come to their planet. I have to say, this technology from another civilization is very classy. The high-tech products produced just hit the spot where they are itching. Who knows? The details will depend on our negotiation skills. They have been invited to discuss the details. As for the details, we can only wait for the announcement. Fortunately, the other party flew directly to our country. If they flew abroad, it would be. Indeed, I heard that people abroad are getting anxious now, calling to request a telephone interview, but our people are shirking their responsibilities with various procedures. Although I can't see them, I can already imagine how anxious they are. Seeing Lenny Chen asking about the matter of Bania Island, a look of helplessness flashed across his face. The creatures on this island are actually the product of genetic mutation. In recent years, a country on our planet has been researching genetic medicine and focusing on technologies such as human enhancement. So far, this technology has not made much progress, but for some organisms, it can produce some unexpected effects. The creatures on this island have become like this because of the effects of the leaked genetic drugs. When Lenny Ching heard this, he suddenly understood. I see. I was wondering why I didn't see any other creatures that looked like that after I left there. But regardless of anything else, I did see the person who said he was from another world just now. Therefore, what the foreign media say about being imprisoned is totally untenable. On the side, many people from the Dragon Kingdom were shouting, "The Dragon Kingdom welcomes you." Lenny Ching walked beside Meng Qinggan and couldn't help but twitch his lips when he heard such shouting. He inexplicably found it somewhat amusing. After all, your identity is too special, so it is normal for everyone to react like this. I hope you can understand. Meng Qinggan also noticed this and subconsciously explained it to Lenny Ching. But Lenny Ching is not like that, so he is quite relieved about this. Seeing that Lenny Ching said so, and that he rarely came, she was indeed arranged to entertain this distinguished guest. Zhang Yeyu agreed immediately, and after greeting the security personnel nearby, she began to arrange the itinerary. Lenny Ching followed Zhang Yeyu out of the restaurant, got into the car, and listened to Zhang Yeyu talking about the history of Chang'anyu Street. Zhang Yeyu must have done some homework, because the history she told Lenny Ching was very interested in listening to it. After the car drove for about 10 minutes, it stopped. "You're not on 3G, are you? Don't you know this is real? Even the accountant from Yonglin City is here. Could it be that someone edited this video?" After seeing this explanation, Lu Dong still found it hard to believe. He knew what the internet was like now, with all kinds of fake news and a mix of good and bad people. At this moment, he even felt like he was the only one sober, while everyone else was drunk. The group members were speechless when they saw Lu Dong's expression and directly sent a link. Your internet is too outdated. Take a look at today's live news. Even if the videos shot by these netizens are fake, the videos shot by so many national reporters can't be fake, right? There were really too many people at the scene. In just a moment, videos shot from various angles were spread among many groups. At first, when watching such videos, many people who were originally working peacefully thought that such videos were just special effects videos and did not take them seriously. But when I saw people discussing the topic getting more and more serious, I suddenly felt something was wrong. No, it's just a special effects video. Why are you guys discussing it so seriously? Group member Lu Dongman typed a line of words in confusion and asked doubtfully. Seeing this line of words, everyone in the group who was discussing the issue enthusiastically suddenly couldn't hold back any longer. The writing is the same and the language he speaks is the same. Doesn't it seem like too much of a coincidence? When some people thought of this, the discussion became more heated. As for these online discussions, Lenny Ching, who was sleeping, had no idea at all. After all, he didn't have a mobile phone from this world, so he couldn't even go online. However, if he knew about it, he would probably be in a state of confusion, lamenting that the netizens in this world are too imaginative. To be honest, Lenny Ching really didn't know that the direction he was flying was Dragon Country. After entering Supersonic Cruise, he simply chose a direction to fly at random. It was even reported on the news. When Lu Dong heard this, his brows jumped, and he suddenly felt that this matter seemed to be bigger than he had imagined. Thinking of this, he quickly clicked on the link given by the other party, and then clicked in. And when he saw this, he suddenly felt a little numb. He then returned to the group as quickly as possible and sent a message as quickly as possible. "No, brother, what's going on? Out of nowhere, aliens have come to our planet. The key point is, how come these aliens look exactly like us? And it seems that their civilization and technology are very advanced." After simply listening to the general content of the information to be released, he nodded and followed the other party. As for the talks with the other party's top leaders, topics such as cooperation will definitely be involved. Lin Yiqing was very clear about this in his heart. He couldn't escape it. As for this matter, Lin Yiqing had no intention of avoiding it. Since he was able to come to this world once, he can come a second time if he wants. Although he doesn't have any technology to provide to the other party now, given his current status, he can make some promises to the other party. Meng Qingyan thought about it and decided that there was no need to hide this aspect, so he immediately explained the whole thing in detail. When Lin Yiqing heard this, he reacted immediately. No wonder the world's technology seems to be lagging behind. It turns out there is a reason for this. Seeing this, Lin Yiqing asked in detail about some detailed information about this world to ensure that he had a general understanding of this world. In response to Lin Yiqing's questions, Meng Qingyan did not hide anything and basically answered whatever Lin Yiqing said. With such questions and answers, the relationship between them became quite harmonious. Seeing Lin Yiqing nodded in agreement, Meng Qingyan was extremely happy. It seemed that it was not difficult to communicate with this person who came from another civilization. If this is the case, perhaps the possibility of cooperation between each other will increase a lot. Thinking of this, Meng Qingyan was even more delighted. If he hadn't seen that Lin Yiqing didn't drink, he would definitely accompany Lin Yiqing to drink to his heart's content today. After finishing dinner, Lin Yiqing took a leisurely walk to digest the food, then returned to the residence arranged by the other party, took a shower, and went to bed. I still hope our people can be more capable during the negotiation. I think this is the only chance to take off. At this moment, netizens have already started praying in their hearts. After all, who wouldn't be confused when looking at the other party's high-tech products? What happened in Yonglin City started to spread on the internet in just a few minutes. Even many media have already joined in, publishing some information obtained from netizens as hot topics. Afterwards, countless reporters began to wait outside the office building in Yonglin City, ready to collect first-hand information. In addition to reporters from the country, foreign reporters also flocked to the event. After hearing what was meant here, the leaders looked at each other in silence for a moment, then smiled dumbly after a pause. Well, let's just eat. It's enough that the other party is willing to discuss business with us. As for the other things, it doesn't matter. After saying this, the few people stopped harping on the matter. On the other side, Lin Yiqing and Zhang Yeyu took a car and went directly to the selected restaurant. Originally, Lin Yiqing wanted to come here directly by aircraft, but he gave up because he thought it was too exciting. Just this journey made Lin Yiqing a little shocked. A lot of things happened today, especially because Kieko made Lin Yiqing nervous for a long time. Now that he had relaxed, Lin Yiqing couldn't resist the tiredness and immediately fell into a deep sleep. After Lin Yiqing fell asleep, the noise from outside became much louder, especially since someone photographed Lin Yiqing coming out of an office building in Yonglin City. This aroused even more speculation from the outside world. In addition, photos of the aircraft used by Lin Yiqing taken from various angles began to be exposed on the internet, which made all online discussions focus on Lin Yiqing. As for other questions, we will hold a press conference tomorrow, and you can go there to consult if you have any questions. As for these people, they had already figured out how to deal with them when they were in the building before, so it was very easy for them to deal with them now. After saying this, the deputy waved his hand and turned away, without giving these people any chance to ask questions. The reporters were obviously somewhat dissatisfied with this explanation. But no matter how dissatisfied you are, there is nothing you can do. Let the other party have the final say now. If you really want to ask something, you can only wait until tomorrow's press conference. Such a scene made Meng Yujun stunned. She just felt that her imagination seemed to be too limited. Even Tomoko, who was standing next to him, had a red light appearing and flashing continuously at this moment. It is searching for Lin Yiqing's traces all over the blue planet, and the technological means used by the other party are far beyond its understanding. Boom, boom. On the edge of the island, you can only hear the sound of waves crashing, and then see the waves rolling up and then hitting the rocks on the coast, followed by a loud noise. Lin Yiqing opened his eyes and looked around immediately. Do you think this alien civilization is really that powerful? Is Earth really unable to fight them off? Before, Meng Yujun hadn't cared much about these issues because she didn't have the ability or the right to know too much. But now that Lin Yiqing was here, she was eager to find out what the outcome of this conflict might be. Lin Yiqing paused and sighed. He didn't want to lie to her. Look, many of Earth's technological advancements over the past few decades seem like huge leaps forward. But in reality, these developments might be the result of the aliens' deliberate guidance. From what I've learned, much of Earth's current technology comes from analyzing that crashed alien ship. What is that? Following the sound, I saw a huge figure flying towards the sea not far away. The figure was like a giant bird, but with some differences. Although the giant bird does not look as big as a large passenger plane, it is about the size of a medium-sized passenger plane. Under the sunlight, the whole body cast a huge shadow on the sea. The huge claws lightly grabbed the sea surface, and then the wings flapped. There was a rustling sound, and then there was a prey in the claws of the giant bird. Lin Yiqing didn't quite recognize the captured prey. Just by its size, it looked as big as 5 or 6 Lin Yiqings. To ensure safety, the roads the convoy traveled on were temporarily closed. This scene puzzled the onlookers, who wondered if the aliens had already attacked. As countless people speculated, Lin Yiqing safely arrived at the secure base. Watching the gates close behind him, Lin Yiqing followed them deep into the base. Soon, someone hurried over and whispered a few words to Xiaoya, causing her to visibly relax. They just finished investigating the driver, had no issues. The accident happened because of a malfunctioning signal light, which caused the hover car to crash when it couldn't avoid the obstacle. The huge mouth was covered with fangs, and the scales flashed with cold light under the sunlight. The strange fish was somewhat unwilling to be caught by the giant bird and kept twisting its body. However, the giant bird's claws were too powerful. Its sharp claws had already locked the fish firmly. No matter how the strange fish twisted its body, it could not escape. Roar! Before Lin Yiqing could recover from the scene before him, he heard a roar coming from deep inside the island. The next moment, several towering trees were seen being knocked down, and then a huge creature that looked a bit like a dinosaur emerged from the woods. What threat level does the central brain estimate for this person? The threat level is estimated at 10%. It is recommended to eliminate him. 10%? Based on previous data, he shouldn't pose such a high threat. The commander was concerned, but if they could eliminate this person, the problem would be solved. Make it look like an accident to avoid arousing Earth suspicion. The intelligence of Earth's inhabitants wasn't low. If they realized that the aliens wanted to eliminate someone, they might become aware that the aliens had something to fear. Even though Earth's technology wasn't particularly advanced at the moment, and there had been no significant breakthroughs, he saw the straight coconut trees and the clear blue sky. After making sure that he could breathe freely, he felt a little relieved. It seems that I haven't returned to Earth? But what's going on here? Do I need to pay for a ticket to bring something back from another world? So does the ticket need to be paid once or several times? Lin Yiqing was feeling very upset. He felt that the way back seemed a little bit difficult, so he was about to think about it carefully. The next moment, an inexplicable scream caused Lin Yiqing to subconsciously look towards the source of the sound. However, when Lin Yiqing saw the thing that made the sound, he was stunned. Now that she knew that this alien civilization had indeed attacked Lin Yiqing, she felt that it would be safer for Lin Yiqing to stay here. No, I'm leaving this world. Lin Yiqing waved his hand and walked out of the meeting room. Meng Yujun was still outside the conference room, and Lin Yiqing wanted to go over and say goodbye to him. Everyone in the conference room was stunned when they heard this. Lin Yiqing was leaving now? So suddenly? Thinking of this, they no longer cared about the dark forest law that Lin Yiqing had just mentioned, and hurriedly followed. Mr. Lin, are you leaving now? Stop it, don't. The subtitles on the screen had 3 exclamation marks, and it was obvious that the other party seemed extremely anxious. Everyone sitting in the conference room was initially suspicious of Lin Yiqing because Kieko avoided them. But when they saw that Lin Yiqing hadn't finished speaking a word, Na Kieko suddenly appeared, and at that moment, they instantly understood that what Lin Yiqing was going to say next might be a threat to the other civilization. Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but sit up straight and stare intently at the scene in front of them. May I ask, Mr. When these words were spoken, everyone on the side was stunned. Yes, if you don't even know the coordinates of the other party's civilization, how can you intimidate the other party? So, even this method doesn't work? Lin Yicheng was not in a hurry when he heard this. When your Sentinel spaceship came here, I think you didn't know there was such a planet here, so you used the Blue Star communication to send the coordinates of this place to the mother planet, right? If you knew this in advance, you wouldn't need a Sentinel ship, and you could have sent the fleet directly here. The major powers don't know much about this alien civilization, but based on the other party's previous use of communications on the Blue Planet, plus investigations in recent years, they have also concluded that the spacecraft encountered a cosmic-level disaster during space exploration. Xiaoya, who was standing by, froze when she saw this subtitle. She originally thought that Lin Yichen was overthinking it, and that this could not have been done by the other party. I never expected that Lin Yicheng's guess was actually correct. It was really the other party's fault. The so-called dark forest law means that the entire universe is like a huge dark forest. Every civilization is a hunter with a gun. Every hunter walks carefully in the forest. Once discovered by other hunters, they will inevitably be killed by other hunters. That's what I mean. Do you understand? Everyone present had been waiting attentively for Lin Yichen's explanation, but after hearing just a few words, they were stunned. In this way, even if other civilizations capture this communication, they will not be able to determine the position of the Blue Planet without knowing the position of your home planet. Is that correct? The people on the side listened to Lin Yicheng's words and looked at each other with an expression of disbelief on their faces. So, even in communication, there are so many opinions? After thinking about it carefully, they understood what Lin Yichen meant. When the other party's spaceship reported to the mother planet, it should have said what direction and how far away it was from here. With just this statement, the other civilization will immediately lock onto this place. As for calls from other countries, let's put it off for now. Anyway, the telephone exchanges between the two countries are extremely cumbersome and involve many procedures. The telephone calls from the other party at this time do not comply with the procedures, so there is no problem in dragging it out. Call out. A sharp sound was heard, followed by a streak of light across the sky. Lin Yicheng stood on the aircraft and looked into the distance. At this moment, Lin Yicheng had already reached the troposphere. When he looked down, he saw thick clouds below, and the ground was not clearly visible. The elimination plan has been formulated. I should be able to leave in a day. Lin Yicheng looked at the panel in front of him, a smile appearing on his face. Seeing the progress bar, he felt he was close to going home. But before going home, there was something he couldn't forget. Thinking of this, Lin Yicheng walked over to the Security Bureau personnel who had been following him. In addition to the few people following him openly, there were many others hidden in the shadows. But the exact number and their locations were unknown to Lin Yicheng. Mr. Lin, is there something you need? After following Lin Yicheng for 2 days, during which he acted as if they didn't exist, the security officers were suddenly nervous when he approached them. Thinking of this, Lin Yicheng moved his feet slightly and began to descend. Seeing the aircraft in the sky slowly descending in altitude at this time, Meng Qingyan, who was representing the people to talk, suddenly felt his heart skip a beat and became a little nervous. To be honest, according to normal procedures, this level of conversation is not something he can represent at all. And even if he is arranged to come for the talks, there will at least be a think tank behind the scenes analyzing the situation. However, the problem is that time is tight and there is no way to arrange it, so for now we can only let him go first. Seeing the commands turn green one by one, Lin Yicheng's face suddenly lit up with joy. He could try out this aircraft next. After getting this thing, Lin Yicheng never tried to fly it. As for how to fly, there is no instruction provided. According to the salesperson, this thing is very simple and can be flown at will. The probability of an accident is so low that it can be ignored. You can fly however you want. Although it hasn't taken off yet, the aircraft is already about 10 centimeters off the ground. Now standing on the aircraft, Lin Yicheng feels inexplicably excited. Walk! Lin Yicheng exerted a little force with his feet, and the aircraft, receiving the command, suddenly gushed out extremely powerful power. Holy jerk! Sonic boom cloud? Everyone was stunned at this moment. It's okay that you can fly like this, but what about this sonic boom cloud? When this thing flies, is it supersonic? Even if it is not, but looking at the sonic boom cloud, one can understand that the speed at this moment is definitely close to the speed of sound. At this time, many countries have already noticed this unknown factor. After confirming that this is a live broadcast and there is no possibility of image synthesis, several countries have held emergency meetings. They want to find out what this is. Entering supersonic cruise, G protection activated. But now seeing how powerful this genetic medicine is, I can't help but feel a little scared. Everyone, please look. This is the real-time image sent back by the drone. On the ship, reporters from Dragon Country called up the images taken by drones to make it easier for everyone to see the current situation of North Naya Island. Looking at the horrible creatures appearing on the island, Liu was about to say something, but suddenly his expression froze. He saw a human figure appearing in the drone. Enlarge the image here. Liu looked a little confused. The people on the North Nia Island should have been evacuated. Seeing this, Lin Yicheng was so angry that he almost laughed. Forget it. Since you think I'm not worthy of talking to you, then there's no need to talk. Lin Yicheng could clearly feel the other party's arrogance this time. Just like the last conversation, the other party disappeared before we even finished talking. Come, let's get back to the topic between you and me. Do you know that there is a law in the universe called the Dark Forest Law? Lin Yicheng had a smile on his face as he looked at everything present. Just as Lin Yicheng said this, a virtual screen suddenly lit up in the empty space next to him. At this time, they don't know where to start if they are asked to give some suggestions. As of now, who is this person who achieved supersonic cruise? How'd he do it? Has the military research team come to a conclusion? Professional matters should be left to professionals. They couldn't see what the problem was with the video and could only consult professionals in this field. The military research team has a preliminary estimate and has received the data. Seeing his superior asking about this matter, the assistant next to him immediately answered and then hurriedly took a stack of printed materials and distributed them to everyone. However, one thing that could be confirmed is that the reason why the other party can fly is entirely due to this aircraft. This point is completely different from what is currently circulating on the internet regarding who is the immortal cultivator. Such words naturally made everyone present feel unsure whether to be happy or worried. After all, if it wasn't the effect of superpowers, then it represented this person's technological level, which was probably hundreds of years ahead of them. Afterwards, everyone continued to hold the information and read on. This time, when they finished reading the information in their hands, they couldn't help but feel happy. Yes, could it be that this thing belongs to me, but I am still hiding it from them? Old Zhao, who was standing by, was stunned when he heard this. Think about it yourself. Does our country have the ability to develop something like this? If anyone could do even a little bit of this technology, I would have held a press conference announcing that the rest of the world is garbage. Don't you even look at the value of this thing? And then look at the technology in your own country. Can you not be so ignorant? Especially since the guys in Eagle Country have been particularly interested in developing genetic drugs and have been promoting this type of technology in recent decades. If we are discovered by other civilizations, will we be killed? Can't we show goodwill and negotiate with them in a friendly manner? A relatively younger person at the side said with confusion on his face. So do you think you can now have friendly negotiations with the civilization that invaded Blue Star? Upon hearing this, Lin Yicheng directly asked the other party a question. This question did not stump the other party. Instead, he explained, maybe there are civilizations in the universe that are as friendly as ours? Lin Yicheng nodded upon hearing this. It is indeed possible, but how can you guarantee that the other civilization is not an extremely aggressive one? Could you give me one? The Chengxiao flying device, shaped like a flying sword, had caught Lin Yicheng's eye for a long time. He had been coveting it for a while, but hadn't had the means to purchase it. Now, with the Security Bureau's promise, he thought he might as well ask for it. As for asking for advanced technological data, Lin Yicheng hadn't considered it. First, he wasn't sure if they would agree, and second, even if he got it, understanding and mastering the technology would be another matter. Moreover, having a tangible object like this would be the best way to enhance his personal safety. But this person, the other party, is truly a traveler from another world. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to know so much. At this moment, Tomoko no longer lights up and he texts. But Lin Yiqing knew that the civilization behind the other party was still watching. The method of intimidating alien civilizations has been conveyed, and there is nothing left for Lin Yiqing to do next. Thinking of this, Lin Yiqing stood up and casually grabbed the flying device beside him. This aircraft has an anti-gravity system, so even though it is quite heavy, it can be held easily in the hand. However, since he is much taller than Lin Yiqing, he still looks a bit heavy. In terms of genetic drug research, this is the shortcoming of Dragon Country, and in fact it is also the shortcoming of many other countries. Now that something like this has happened, people can't help but link this person to the Eagle Country. Could it be that this person is also from Eagle Country? If this is the case, then it would be even more troublesome. The things hidden by the Eagle Country are far beyond their imagination. At this moment, everyone sitting in the conference room could not help but look at each other. The information they had was too little, and it was impossible to analyze it at all. It looks like this place isn't safe for me anymore. They already made a move against me. Lin Yiqing's expression darkened. The aliens had noticed him before, but since he hadn't shown any intention of contacting the world's authorities, they hadn't taken action. But now that he had made contact, they must have considered him a threat and decided to act. They made a move against you? What do you mean? Xiaoya was confused, her face reflecting her puzzlement. Of course, I mean the alien civilization. You don't think this car accident was an accident, do you? Lin Yiqing said, immediately explaining. After a moment, Lin Yiqing lowered his altitude and landed directly on the ground. Looking at Lin Yiqing's young face, Meng Qingyan felt a little nervous. After taking a deep breath, he began to speak. Hello, I am Meng Qingyan, the accountant of Yonglin City in Longhua. Lin Yiqing was immediately moved when he heard this. Dragon Country? Yes, what's the problem? Seeing Lin Yiqing asking this, Meng Qingyan also asked with some trepidation. Lin Yiqing shook his head subconsciously after hearing this. No problem. It's just that I went through time and space a little wrong and came to the wrong world. Lin Yiqing couldn't help but twitch his lips when he saw this. What is this? Jurassic World? Or Cretaceous World or something like that? It's over. In this world, what should I eat before I have fully recharged my energy? Otherwise, it will be unknown bacteria by then, and we will not be planted on the blue planet as before, but here instead. Seeing such a world, Lin Yiqing felt a little dizzy for a moment. Let's go to other places first. The resources on the island can't be compared with those on the mainland. There should be a continent in this world, right? Lin Yiqing's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he lightly tapped the aircraft behind him, and the aircraft started. This area is too sensitive. It would be bad if the other party thought that you had malicious intentions. Lin Yiqing did not refuse. He glanced at the vehicle the other party was riding in and said, It seems that your car can't fit my aircraft. I'd better take my aircraft and just follow behind you. Hearing Lin Yiqing's words, Meng Qingyan nodded with some envy. He knew a little bit about how powerful Lin Yiqing's aircraft was. Your aircraft is so fast that even our most advanced fighters can't keep up with you. Lin Yiqing was stunned for a moment when he heard this. He turned his head and looked up at the sky. All I could hear was a low humming sound, and through the glass check I could see a flash of light inside. The entire aircraft was activated at this moment. The aircraft was then turned upside down and suspended, and Lin Yiqing stepped directly on it. When Lin Yiqing stepped on the aircraft, he only felt a suction force coming from the soles of his feet, which firmly stuck his entire body to the aircraft. Then I looked up and saw a series of instructions flying out. Safety protection on. Energy self-test is normal. Anti-gravity system activated. Overload protection activated. The system has been calibrated normally and can be launched. But, for example, the ship's engine, power systems, weapon systems, and the related theoretical knowledge and physics were all destroyed. So, why did only certain information survive? If they could destroy so much data, why leave the rest? They're arrogant, but not stupid. Lin Yiqing's tone grew more meaningful as he spoke. When this topic came up earlier, many people said that the aliens were too arrogant to bother destroying that technology, thinking it wouldn't matter even if Earthlings figured it out. But what if the truth was that the aliens left it intentionally, guiding Earth's technological development in a specific direction to delay progress in other areas? He had just seen 2 fighter planes. The fighter planes just now are your most advanced fighter planes? Looking at this, it doesn't even look like a 5th-generation aircraft. Aren't you guys really too backward? The fighter plane just now seemed a bit shabby in Lin Yicheng's eyes. It did not have the beauty of the 20th level at all. Not to mention, it could not be compared with the fighter plane he had just seen in that world. Well, Lin Yicheng's words immediately struck Meng Qingyan into silence, and even the people who had been watching from the side fell silent. I want to defend myself, but look at the aircraft on the other side. However, this fighter plane could not have the ability to stay in mid-air like Lin Yicheng's aircraft. Therefore, the fighter planes could only hover in the sky and report to the command center. After hearing that the aircraft had already stopped at the landmark building in Yonglin City and had not shown any aggressive behavior, personnel were immediately arranged to drive there. At this moment, after hearing the roar of the fighter plane, Lin Yicheng couldn't help but look up. When he saw the missile hanging under the belly of the fighter plane, the corner of his mouth twitched. What the heck is this? Meng Yujun was stunned by what she heard. In fact, she had been influenced by the mainstream opinions, where people online analyzed the situation in detail. They were convinced that the alien civilization had left them some scientific achievements out of arrogance. Hearing this kind of talk repeatedly, she eventually believed it. But now, after hearing what Lin Yicheng said, she suddenly realized that this might be the alien scheme. If that's the case, it seems like the aliens might be somewhat afraid of us. Meng Yujun thought for a moment, and then arrived at a conclusion that even surprised her. The original scorching heat has unconsciously reduced a lot at this time. As everyone was watching the scene in the camera with some obsession, they were fantasizing in their hearts, wondering when they would be able to fly with a sword like this. However, what happened next was so shocking that their jaws dropped. In the camera, the flying sword was still flying slowly, but in the next moment, the light on the flying sword suddenly lit up, and then a cone-shaped cloud exploded at the tail of the flying sword. The flying sword rushed out of the camera in the blink of an eye. Even though the drone's lens was adjusted quickly, it still seemed like it couldn't catch up. At this moment, everyone suddenly became much more respectful to Lin Yicheng than before. After all, with this method from the other party, they might be able to deal with the current crisis. Not to mention the other party's special identity. The other party has such a mysterious identity and such special abilities. Maybe there will be a chance for us to cooperate in the future. Yeah, it's been a while since I left. It's time to go back and take a look. Lin Yicheng nodded. He was not an orphan or a widower on the other side of the earth. He had relatives and friends, so it was inevitable that he missed them. Lin Yicheng only felt an extremely strong push on his back, and the whole person was instantly lifted into the air. Woohoo, so handsome! Lin Yicheng looked down, and at that moment he felt a sense of freedom in his heart, as if the world was his own. At this moment, the tail of the aircraft emitted a long streak of light, which was extremely cool. At this moment, when viewed from a distance, Lin Yicheng looked like an immortal standing on a flying sword, handsome to the extreme. It has been half a year since the genetic drug leaked from the North Naya Island. As you can see, the area around the North Naya Island is now full of giant creatures, all of which have undergone huge mutations without exception. This one look made them suspicious of others. Who is this person? What's going on? At this moment, both parties stared at each other through the glass. The expressions of both parties were surprisingly similar. Lin Yicheng couldn't believe how modern civilization could exist. Could it be that he had returned to Earth? At this moment, everyone in the building was in disbelief, wondering how the other party did it. Lin Yicheng looked down at the aircraft and saw a heavy flow of traffic below. Lin Yicheng was numb. At this moment, a roar was heard from behind. It turned out that a nearby fighter plane had arrived. Xiaya frowned. It seemed premature to blame the aliens without a thorough investigation, but the situation did seem suspicious. Mr. Lin, how about I take you to a secure base? Facing the alien threat, several secure bases had already been constructed in China to prepare for future conflicts. Xiaoya's mission was to protect Lin Yicheng, and she couldn't allow him to stay outside any longer. Lin Yiqing nodded immediately. He had no desire to take unnecessary risks. Seeing him agree, Xiaoya quickly called her colleagues, and within minutes, a convoy of over 10 military hovercars arrived. After picking up Lin Yiqing, the convoy quickly departed. Lin Yiqing nodded and then got into the hovercar with her, which drove straight to the destination. After getting out of the car, Lin Yiqing walked inside and couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat when he saw the array of flying devices. Each one looked like a flying sword, with the newest model being the most striking. Just from the appearance, it had a very sleek design, with the upper part made of metal, giving it a strong mechanical feel. The blade section was made of glass, allowing a clear view of the various systems inside. You could see the chips, power supply, and circuit systems all clearly laid out. I didn't expect that this meeting was proposed by Lin Yiqing. Thinking of this, the expressions of the group of people became much more solemn. They wanted to know whether Lin Yiqing had the ability to deal with the invasion of alien civilizations. Tomoko, it was you, the civilized ones, who did it just now, right? Lin Yiqing looked to the side and asked casually. Everyone sitting at the conference table looked at each other in surprise. To be honest, after learning about the existence of Saphan, they had tried for a long time to communicate with the civilization behind Saphan. But what disappointed them was that no matter how they called, they got no response. This civilization is as arrogant as ever. But now that Lin Yiqing has called out again, maybe they can try to have a dialogue with each other? Thinking of this, everyone suddenly became interested. However, it had been a long time since Lin Yiqing finished speaking, and there was still silence in front of him, without any movement at all. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but be stunned. What's the matter? Does this alien civilization look down on even a figure like Lin Yiqing and think that the other party is not qualified to talk to them? Everyone looked at Lin Yiqing with some confusion in their hearts. At this time, everyone took the documents and looked at them one by one. And this sight made everyone's expressions become even more solemn. Supersonic cruise, reaching a speed of Mach 2.1? Looking at the preliminary estimates in the data, the corners of the mouths of everyone present twitched unconsciously. They didn't expect that the flight speed could reach this speed, and it was still cruising speed. They know best what this means. This is the characteristic of the fifth-generation fighter. When everyone in the conference room saw this, they hurriedly looked down at the information, and their brows unconsciously wrinkled again. If the sun was about to set and dyed the clouds golden, the scenery would be worth seeing. But now, there is really nothing to see. Lin Yiqing flew forward while lowering the altitude. But after a moment, Lin Yiqing's figure disappeared into the clouds. At this moment, Lin Yiqing didn't notice at all that two planes had already taken off behind him and were following him. And the pilot in the fighter plane has been trying to contact Lin Yiqing. However, the technology itself is different, and the communication technology of the aircraft under Lin Yiqing's feet has also been updated, so the two sides are not on the same level. At this time, reporters on other ships nearby also noticed something unusual and immediately adjusted their drones to lock on and shoot. Then, from the drone's perspective, they could clearly see a person flying in the air with a flying sword under his feet. Because the distance was too far, all they could see was the flashing light on the flying sword, as if it were a magic weapon, which was really dizzying. The sword body appears to be crystal clear. It's true, this isn't some genetic medicine. This is someone cultivating immortality. When did the world become like this? At this moment, everyone watching in front of the screen, looking at the little bit of the picture that could be seen after the camera zoomed in, couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. However, just as he reached the entrance, a loud, roaring sound echoed. A blinding light suddenly flashed in front of him. Lin Yiqing's pupils contracted sharply, but before he could react, Xiaoya rushed over, grabbed him, and quickly pushed him aside. Boom! There was a dull sound, followed by a massive explosion nearby. Still in shock, Lin Yiqing turned to see a mangled hovercar with smoke slowly rising from it. What happened? Xiaoya nervously checked Lin Yiqing, and after confirming he was unharmed, she quickly looked at the wrecked hovercar. She wanted to know what had happened. At that moment, other hidden personnel rushed out, extinguishing the fire caused by the collision and rescuing the driver inside the hovercar. We can't get close to North Nia Island now. Ships approaching the island will be attacked by mutated creatures on the seabed. But as far as we know, these creatures have a tendency to spread and cannot be stopped. The leakage of genetic drugs is the most serious accident in the world so far, and its danger level even exceeds that of nuclear leakage. You can see from the drones we flew that these creatures have changed a lot compared to half a month ago. Dozens of kilometers away from the island of Bania, a reporter was speaking to the camera about his observations and doing a live broadcast. Next to this ship, there are many other ships from other countries, and on board are reporters from other countries. However, most of the office workers today are not in the mood to go to work. One of the reasons is that tomorrow is Saturday. Friday is the most difficult day to go to work. The other reason is the North Yaya Island incident, which is now causing a lot of buzz on various social media platforms. Some people think that this video is fake, while others think that perhaps some mysterious technology of the Eagle country is hidden in the North Naya Island. This kind of technology alone seems to subvert their current cognition. As a result, many people are now distracted from work and read relevant news while slacking off. This has led to countries around the world competing in research and development. The reason for this is that the other side's technology was already at the forefront in the early years, so other countries could only follow the path taken by the other side for fear of being left behind. In this regard, the other party is an authority. Because of this, countries on this planet are generally lagging behind in science and technology, but are quite advanced in the research and development of genetic drugs. The people on the side listened to what Lao Zhao said and thought about it carefully and agreed. Because in the last photo, a detail was indeed captured. In the photo, you can clearly see two words engraved on the hilt. Cheng Xiao, what does this mean? Looking at the two words carved on the hilt, the group of people were stunned. This can't be something designed by foreigners using their Dragon Country's characters, right? What's going on with this thing? Everyone was puzzled. Looking at the analytical data above, they could see that the aircraft under the other party's feet was far superior to the technology on their planet. But the question is, which country's technology is this? It can't be from their Dragon Country, right? Then the flying sword swung out a long tail of light, and then suddenly rose from the ground and flew away. Such a scene shocked countless netizens who were squatting in front of the screens, wanting to see these horrifying creatures, but they were just stunned in front of the screens with dazed expressions. What is going on? Is this a joke? Countless netizens sitting in front of their screens were originally sitting in front of the screens out of curiosity, wanting to see how far your fellow Eagle country has come in genetic research. In addition, I am also a bit curious about what these creatures will look like after they mutate. And this was without the device even being activated when it was turned on. It would look even cooler. The hilt was made of aerospace-grade metal, designed to protect the small nuclear fusion device inside. This was the sturdiest part of the whole thing. The blade part carried various auxiliary functions, so the material requirements were slightly lower. After all, this device was designed primarily for safety, not for combat. This new design left the older models far behind. Lin Yicheng's eyes lit up as he looked at the latest model. Standing next to him, Meng Yujun couldn't help but marvel at how beautifully designed the device was. But up to this point, no media has come out. At this moment, a figure descended rapidly from the sky, accompanied by a supersonic roar, causing many people to subconsciously look up, wanting to see clearly what was causing the movement. If the aircraft under Lin Yicheng's feet were in the original world, it would not be allowed to fly at supersonic speeds at will. But now, he realized that he had come to a world like the Jurassic, so he naturally accelerated his flight without caring at all. He had been flying up to now, but he didn't seem to see any dinosaurs or pterosaurs. This made him feel a little strange. Shaya had thought about what Lin Yicheng might request, but she never imagined he would ask for something like this. For a moment, she was stunned, but she quickly recovered and said, "Please wait a moment. I'll arrange it right away." Shaya didn't say anything about needing to apply for it. She just said she would arrange it. Lin Yicheng nodded in response, while Meng Yujun, listening to this, couldn't help but smile wryly. This guy was really serious about getting that thing. It seems that Even though the world is different, the things you men like haven't changed much. Meng Yujun looked at Lin Yicheng and couldn't help but chuckle. This fighter plane must have been following him for a long time, and the radar has been locked on it for a long time, but his aircraft is not equipped with any alarm in this regard. So Lin Yicheng never noticed it. It's a headache. Which world is this? The creatures on the island I saw before were completely unfamiliar. Is this Earth? Lin Yicheng was a little hesitant at this moment, wondering whether he should go down and find someone to ask where this place was, or hide first. But he has to leave now, so the fighter planes above won't fire missiles at him, right? Thinking of the fighter plane behind him, Lin Yicheng suddenly became hesitant. At this moment, Lin Yicheng, who was standing on the aircraft, saw a line of prompts displayed when he looked up and immediately smiled knowingly. You know what? This thing contains a lot of high tech. Look, this automatically activated overload protection is so user-friendly. No matter how Lin Yicheng flies or how fast he flies, his body will not bear any gravity overload. This time it was even easier, directly exceeding the speed of sound. At this time, Lin Yicheng even had time to look back at the sonic boom cloud behind him. Well, it was very cool. Hurry up and go to the land to have a look. After all, the creatures there were too terrifying. Even fully armed elite soldiers could not survive. How could there be anyone up there at this time? At Li Yu's signal, the drone zoomed in, and a young figure immediately appeared on the screen. What is surprising is that, facing the terrifying creatures all around him, this man doesn't seem to be panicked at all. This made many people look at this person and sweat for him. This guy must be a fool. He didn't have any weapons on him. How dare he go to North Nia Island? He must be crazy. However, before everyone could say anything, the next moment they saw on the screen a figure stepping on a mold that looked like a flying sword. Temporary combat mission. Immediately proceed to 092 airspace. Mission objective. Intercept an unknown flying object. Do not open fire until the other party shows hostility. Greetings, Huishan. Head to airspace 092 immediately. In the airspace near Yonglin City, two planes made a graceful crossing, accompanied by the roar of their engines. In Yonglin City, today is still Friday. Although it is a working day, the streets are still busy with traffic, and the sound of whistles can be heard from time to time. As a coastal city, the recent policy shift has led to a different kind of vitality in this city. Forget it. I'd better not humiliate myself. Lin Yicheng moved his feet slightly and stepped onto the flying vehicle beside him. The aircraft slowly took off. If it flew too low, it would easily hit people. Seeing Lin Yicheng get on the aircraft, Meng Qing'an waved his hand and quickly got into the car nearby to lead the way. The people gathered around, watching the aircraft take off into the sky without lowering their cell phone cameras. At this moment, from their position, they can clearly see the electronic components inside the transparent part of the aircraft, as well as the tiny pipes for energy transmission. Some people even recognized him. Wasn't this the same person who was on Northia Island before? How come it hasn't been that long, and this person has already arrived in Yonglin City, Dragon Country? Isn't this person flying too fast? Although this city is by the sea, the problem is that it is still very far away from the North Naya Island. Lin Yicheng was still hesitating about how to deal with the situation. Now listening to the voices below, it seemed that they were probably official personnel of this country. I thought to myself, now that things have come to this, I might as well go down, which would be more honest. No matter what, if a country is really that powerful, it would at least show off a little bit of it. It is impossible to keep it secret. After all, with technology developed to this point, the country should have its first aircraft carrier, a space station, or a third-generation nuclear power plant, right? There should be fourth-generation fighter jets, right? There are so many things here, but not a single hair. But what's going on now? Why is this guy running straight towards us? And we said the words on it are not ours, but I'm afraid others won't believe us either. Everyone sat in the conference room, talking and smoking, and for a moment they all looked a little sad. Bania Island is an island in the Pacific Ocean. In recent years, the Eagle Country has established a secret research department on it, and no one knows what the other party has researched there. Until recently, due to operator error, the experimental organisms escaped from the base, and the genetic drugs inside were leaked, causing the sea to be polluted, and the organisms on the island were not spared. This has led to such a bizarre scene on the island today. Many countries around the world know that the United States has achieved the most cutting-edge results in the research of genetic drugs, leaving other countries behind by decades. Therefore, no matter how the other party calls, they cannot get in touch. The most important thing is that Lin Yiqing's aircraft accelerated and left the fighter plane behind. It was already cruising at supersonic speed, and the speed was increased a lot, so it was no longer possible for the fighter jets behind it to keep up. Unable to contact the unknown person ahead. The other party's speed has reached Mach 2.9. Please give instructions. The pilot following behind him stared at Lin Yiqing in front of him, who was riding an unidentified flying object and flying past in front of him in a flash. She hadn't expected that Lin Yiqing had been thinking about this for so long. Well, if I'm going to leave, I might as well take a souvenir, right? Lin Yiqing defended himself. Since he was already here, leaving without taking anything would be pointless, like a wasted trip to the future world, without even taking a photo. That actually makes a lot of sense. Meng Yujun thought for a moment and suddenly felt that Lin Yiqing had a good point. Since he was already here, he should take something back with him. Mr. Lin, everything is arranged. Would you like to go and choose now? Xiaya came over and softly spoke to Lin Yiqing. So, you want to expose your coordinates to make the other party hesitate? Looking at Lin Yiqing in front of him, the middle-aged man with a few white hairs in his hair showed a bitter expression at this moment. For now, this is the only option you have. Lin Yiqing nodded, and looking at Tomoko in front of him, who had not disappeared at this time, he couldn't help but chuckle. You wanted to kill me because you were worried that I had already told them this rule before your fleet arrived, right? The red light on the Chi-Chi flashed, and then a line of subtitles appeared. That's quite well said, but it's a pity that you don't know the coordinates of my civilization, so you can't threaten our civilization. It seems that he has completed the task assigned by his superiors, and the two sides have completed a friendly negotiation. But this is not the place to talk. How about we change the venue? Meng Qingyan glanced to the side. There were crowds of people surrounding him at this moment, and it was not convenient to discuss sensitive topics with so many people around. Then Master Lao will arrange the place. Lin Yiqing thought about it and agreed. How about going to my office building? Meng Qingyan thought about it and didn't dare to suggest taking the other party to a military base or something like that. Are you leaving this world? Meng Yujun reacted quickly, but soon she felt only disbelief. Although she had always heard that Lin Yiqing was not from this world, she still found it hard to believe that Lin Yiqing was leaving. Why? You still don't believe it now? Lin Yiqing smiled and said, You are my only friend in this world. If there is a chance, I hope we can meet again. Lin Yiqing didn't say anything to Xiaoya and the others standing by, asking them to take good care of Meng Yujun or anything like that. As for matters of social etiquette and the like, the other party would naturally do very well, so Lin Yiqing didn't need to worry about that at all. For a moment, everyone just thought it was a bit ridiculous. They studied it for a long time, but still couldn't figure out which country this high-tech product came from. And it turns out that this thing has their country's language engraved on it. I sat up in shock from my dying illness. And I was the great power? Several people looked at the photo above and felt a little confused for a moment. At this time, the deputy at the side seemed to have heard some news and hurriedly came to his superior and spoke hastily. Eagle Country, Gaul, and several other Northern Alliance countries have all called us to inquire about what happened on the North Nia Island. Hello, I'm the middle-aged man who saw Lin Yiqing, stretched out his hand, and wanted to introduce himself. There's no need to waste time on this. Let's just get started. After hearing what Lin Yiqing said, several people were stunned for a moment, and then they quickly adjusted themselves and sat down one by one. Then I wonder what Mr. Lin wants us to discuss this time? Knowing that Lin Yiqing had a special identity, they had already wanted to have a formal meeting with Lin Yiqing. It's just because there has never been an opportunity, and I also want Meng Yujun to play the emotional card. Although Yonglin City is not a first-tier city, it has a population of tens of millions, and due to its rapid development in recent years, it has the potential to become a new first-tier city. If something happens, what will be the consequences? Thinking of this, everyone's faces became much more solemn. Are there any other aircraft nearby that we can intercept? Yes, there are 2 training aircraft nearby that can handle this mission, but it will take 10 minutes to get here. Okay. Immediately order them to go to that airspace and carry out this mission. Gray Mountain, this is a cave? So everyone stayed in front of the screen, wanting to see what the creatures on the island looked like. But now, these creatures haven't seen it yet, but instead saw a man rising up with a sword? What's going on? I haven't left the house since summer began. I've only been at home for about a month. Has the world become like this? Is the picture just now real or fake? Is there anyone in our world who can cultivate immortality? Don't lie to me. I saw the reporter was so confused. I felt it must be an emergency. I have recorded the screen to save it in case I lose the video later. Brother, please send me a copy of the recorded video later. I suddenly understand why you men love this thing so much. The design alone is stunning. Meng Yujun sighed, starting to understand the appeal of the Chengxiao flying device for men. Even just placing it at home would make it a beautiful decoration. Lin Yicheng immediately wanted the latest model, and Xiaoya smiled as she watched. According to their psychological analysts, Lin Yicheng valued the concept of reciprocity. Now that he had asked for something, whatever it was, he was likely to give something in return. Unaware of what Xiaoya was thinking, Lin Yicheng happily took the latest model and walked toward the door. What on earth is going on with this thing? I don't understand it at all. Forget it. No matter what, let's make contact with the other party first and send military aircraft to contact them to see what their intentions are. After thinking for a while, I still don't know what this thing is. After thinking about it, I realize that the other person is about to fly over to me, so I might as well get in touch with him first. Also, tell them to go to level 3 alert. We don't know if they're friend or foe right now, so be careful. But don't provoke them either. As soon as the orders were given, someone immediately started to carry them out. When these structures appeared in front of them with extremely detailed layout, everyone was shocked by the high-tech layout inside, and their eyes were shining. So, is this a high-tech product from another world? Sure enough, when I looked at it, I couldn't understand the layout at all, and had no idea what the things inside were used for. They didn't even understand how this thing was controlled. What they saw at this moment was that Lin Yicheng just stepped on it, and the thing started to rise into the air. No wonder he said our fighters are too backward. Just look at his aircraft. It's so much better than ours. This was understandable, considering the Saphan was omnipresent. If Lin Yicheng was under their surveillance, he was likely being watched constantly. This lined up with his earlier request to turn off the lie detector. Some information shouldn't be known to the Saphan. Has the analysis of this guy's threat level been completed? On a sleek, pitch-black warship, an alien commander looked at the intelligence report in front of him. The report showed Lin Yicheng's face. They had noticed him the moment he appeared on Earth. But no matter how hard they searched, they couldn't find anything abnormal about him, nor could they locate any device that could have caused his sudden appearance. Then it stopped in front of a huge glass. Lin Yicheng stood on the aircraft, looking at the glass in front of him, with an expression of disbelief on his face. How is this possible? Isn't this Jurassic World? I can't be traveling through time again, right? Recalling the various giant creatures he had just seen on the island, Lin Yicheng was filled with confusion. Lin Yicheng was puzzled. But in the building in front of him, a group of white-collar workers who were still working subconsciously turned their heads to look out the window. When they saw a person standing outside the glass, suspended in midair. Wrong world? Meng Qingan couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat when he heard this. What kind of words were these? How could the world go wrong? Also, does this mean that the other person is not from this world? Lin Yicheng didn't know what Meng Qingan was thinking. At this moment, he didn't know whether he should be happy or sad. To be honest, it's a good thing that this world is not my main world. Otherwise, this matter would have caused such a stir, and I would never have a peaceful life in the future. Moreover, his parents would be dragged into this, which is not what Lin Yicheng wants to see. Besides the gravity, their planet had an extremely harsh environment, and according to their calculations, the planet would start collapsing in about 300 years. When that happens, their civilization would come to an end. Although they had the ability to build space stations to survive in space, this was not a long-term solution. As their civilization advanced, they realized how valuable a habitable planet truly was, a treasure beyond measure. Living in space meant that even a minor cosmic disaster could destroy everything. For this reason, they began their journey to Earth, hoping to conquer this planet. While Lin Yicheng was hesitating, the street below had already started to get blocked. But soon, an explosion-proof vehicle drove directly under the building, destroying countless vehicles along the way in a brutal manner. Then several people rushed out of the car. The leader was dressed very formally. After getting out of the car, he picked up the prepared loudspeaker and shouted at Lin Yicheng, "Mr. Up there, would you be so kind as to come down and talk?" The person coming down said this while signaling for the area to be cleared. At this moment, the surroundings seemed a bit chaotic, with countless people frantically taking videos with their mobile phones. I remember we had an agreement during the interrogation that I could make a request. Is that still valid? Lin Yicheng asked the security officers in front of him. Xiaoya, who was standing in front of him, was momentarily stunned but then quickly nodded. She remembered the agreement from the interrogation room, and she also knew that their superiors had instructed them to fulfill any reasonable request Lin Yicheng might have. "What do you need, Mr. Lin?" Xiaoya asked seriously. Lin Yicheng's expression relaxed. If this was the case, he could get what he wanted. "You see, there's this new Qingxiao flying device.